Megan Fox.
And Megan Fox has the story.
Megan Fox.
Megan Fox.
Megan Fox writes at PJ Media.
Eat shit, Tucker.
And that was your last.
God damn it, Nick. I cried for 2 days.
Megan, thank you very much for that.
Oh, I can explain the bed thing. A nest in one of my penthouses, and I had to pry a steak. It's like Jesus going into the temple. He's like, I got a whip! Get out! Get out!
I would have thrown them all off the balcony.
Megan Fox.
She's the devil. And honestly, Megan, if you don't like it, I'm sorry.
There's something about the way that you say my name. Make me forget everything when you call
Megan.
Megan.
Megan Fox.
Megan.
Megan.
Megan Fox.
I've been very nice to you, although I could probably maybe not be based on the way you have treated me, but I wouldn't do that.
You've never met a bitch like me. You want to tangle? You want to go? Holy shit. Holy shit.
Too much cussing on this. I guess we didn't bleep it, so we got to turn it off. But
You pissed off the wrong woman.
oh my God, I have been assaulted. What are you gonna do when Megan Fox runs wild on you, brother?
She's the devil.
Not for publication. Megan Fox.
And Megan Fox has the story.
I'm Megan.
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 Megan Fox.
That's right.
Thank you. Cheers.
Well, look, bitch, you're not serious either. You didn't even do the paperwork in time.
Good morning. It is early. It's 10:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, and I'm here a little early, and so are you. Thanks for being here. I'm Megan Fox. I write with pjmedia.com. I'm a journalist and a broadcaster and an author, and you can find me on meganfox.locals.com. Please do be following me there because you will not get my notifications on YouTube. Even if you're subscribed, even if you hit that bell, you're just not going to get it. They hate me. Why do you hate me? Why do you do this to me, YouTube? I don't understand. All right, here's the exciting news today. Joining me now on the stream, somebody that I admire very much has decided to come and join me today for a little while, even though it's super, super late where he is in New Zealand. It is Josh from Meme Copium. Welcome to the stream, Josh.
Well, thank you, Megan Fox. It is very late in New Zealand, but I'm actually over in Japan right now.
Oh, you're in Japan? I don't even know where
yes.
you are.
Yes, I lived in New Zealand for a while, so that's somewhat correct. So you're not too far off.
What's the weather like in Japan?
Pretty cold. Not snowing where I am, but I'm heading up to the northern part of Japan where it's snowing to do some photography probably later in the month, which I'm looking forward to because I quite like the snow.
I love the snow, and I'm very disappointed in New York. I live in Western New York. We're supposed to be buried by now, and it is. I literally have my office window open right now because it's hot outside. It's 50 degrees. I'm drinking iced coffee because I'm so dang hot. It's ridiculous that my kids can't go skiing. Like, it rained for 2 days. I'm in a dither because Buffalo got buried under snow. Why are we getting left out? It's not fair. It's
quite
just
strange. Quite strange. Where I used to live in Japan before moving back here, but I used to live in a prefecture that had the world record for snowfall, which is about 11 meters, as I remember.
Wow.
Do Americans use meters or do you use feet? I think it's like
We use
33
feet.
feet.
We don't understand people who use
it's like 30
meters
feet
and
of snow
liters.
in,
That's a
in
lot
Tokyo.
of
it's quite a lot.
snow. I've got a super chat already. Wow, thanks guys. Drama
Yeah,
in
quite
the
a few.
drama in the front, party in the back. Thanks for continuing to cover the story. It has fascinated me from day one. Going to be interesting to see what comes out from the affidavit. Yes, I agree with you. And that should be coming after the hearing. Now, we don't know if they're going to schedule the hearing for today. That's what the media was reporting, but I'm dumb for listening to the media. I actually believed them, and I shouldn't have. I don't know why I don't take my own advice, but it's possible that they will wait to do it until tomorrow, but they will do it within 48 hours. But I am checking the court docket every couple of seconds, looking. I was told nobody could get into the courtroom today until 8:30, which is right now Mountain Standard
Yes, in
Time.
Idaho, yeah.
So, yeah, Idaho. Hello, Kitty. Thanks for the super chat. Looking great, Megan. Hi, Meme.
How's it going?
Any chance you'll be looking into covering the Delphi, Indiana double murder case? You know what? I know everyone's talking about it. I have not looked into it. Josh, are you covering that?
No, I haven't heard about that. I don't typically do true crime. This is a new thing for me. But it's been quite interesting so far. Quite popular as well, apparently.
It is very popular. Flux says, stop complaining about the heat. It's amazing. The cold is horrible and snow is of the devil. I disagree. Those of us
Totally
who live,
disagree.
those of us who live in four season areas want our four seasons. We have skiers here. We have snowmobilers here. You can't do any of those things in the heat. And I paid for, by the way, 2 season passes for my children to be skiing every day. And they've skied maybe 3 times. I'm so angry at what I spent.
If you ever ask Japanese people about how many seasons Japan has, you'll get into a very interesting conversation. Trust me. They're very
really?
proud about their 4 seasons. But no, I totally agree. Like, I hate the cold, but if it snows, I completely forget about the cold and I just love it. It's just awesome.
Snow is beautiful. Snow is
There's
good.
a really nice place up north in Japan called Ginzan Onsen, and it looks like a magical kingdom. So I'm very excited to get up there.
I love that. I absolutely love it. I got to tell you, I feel like snow and cold air. It's something about the cold air to me. The second I walk out into that really cold air, I feel alive. It just makes you feel alive, and I just miss it. And it's very muddy here right now and humid. It's the worst. I can't even believe it. I don't live in the upper Northeast for no reason. Like, I live here for a reason. I don't want to live in Florida.
What I really love about the snow is just how silent everything becomes. Like, it's just like it muffles everything, and it's just this wonderful. Like, going for a walk in the snow at night is just one of the most relaxing things you can do.
It is. It's funny how it muffles sound. You don't even notice how noisy things are, right? Until it's gone. I noticed that on 9/11, actually, after the airplanes had all been grounded. I never realized how noisy, because I was living in Chicago at the time underneath the air pattern of O'Hare. I never noticed how much noise that contributed to the space until they were gone. So
You
yeah,
just get used to it. It's quite strange.
Phoebe says she needs a leggings husband update. Josh, one of my viewers bought me some TikTok leggings. Do you know about
Okay.
these? They
I
have.
know about leggings. I don't necessarily know about TikTok. No. What's this about?
Well, they're special. They're like butt shaping leggings, and they're supposed to be extremely attractive to the opposite sex.
Oh yeah, those are great. Yeah, those are good.
Okay, so I was wearing them. I told them I would let them know how Mr. Fox responded. I walked right in front of him. I literally bent over. Nothing. Nothing. I think, in fact, I was surprised he didn't say it. Can you move out of the way? I'm watching something here.
He's probably doing this side look, men do. They're like looking at the side of their eye. I find it hard to believe.
I know, but you know what? He still hasn't noticed. Eventually he'll notice. When he notices, I'll let you know, but he hasn't noticed yet. Again, this is 22 years of marriage though. He did buy me this shirt though. This is one of my Christmas shirts. He says he likes it. So, well, but anyway, we are going to get to something interesting today. So I found a new way to keep my notes on the screen, which might be easier for us about what we're going to talk about here today. You'll have to let me know if you like this, chat. But there's a lot to talk about. So let's look at it, shall we? Let's get it up here. I really need another monitor that I can connect to this computer. Man, doing this, do you have 2 monitors or more, Josh?
I got 2 monitors. Yeah,
And it's so
I
much
couldn't live with one
easier.
monitor. I
Yeah,
might be
well,
getting a third actually. I gotta surround myself with all these different monitors. Like, I need as much blue light as possible, keeping me awake into the early hours of the night every night.
That's how I feel. I feel like I need more monitors because I'm doing this on one and it's very
Pretty
hard to
cool.
switch back and forth.
I got
But
a-
this, we've got the booking phone. We've got all kinds of videos from him being transferred from Pennsylvania to Idaho. And something really weird happened. So I wrote an article on PJ Media. It is possible
Yes.
that the FBI was kind of stalking Kohberger. Have you heard about this?
I have. Actually, I've heard that. I was actually hoping to maybe speak to one of the lawyers in the coming days to ask them, because everyone's now putting forward this theory that the FBI asked local PD to stop them so that they could get some body cam footage specifically of his hand, which they think may have been cut, which may be where the DNA evidence came from. Now, my understanding that to make this sort of claim, it might not be the best thing for FBI be doing to local police because of some legal jurisdictions. It doesn't make sense to me because I'm not from America, but my understanding that this is a bit of a no-no. So I'd be very interested to learn more about that.
Yeah, it's a standing problem. They don't, if they don't have cause to pull you over, they can't. They're not supposed to. So, although
Makes sense.
in this case, he wasn't ticketed, he wasn't charged with anything. We don't know. I don't know. Will it? If they did get any evidence on these stops, is that going to be admissible in court because they stopped him improperly? The other thing we don't know, though, is this even true? Okay, the source for this comes from Fox News, who said they had an unnamed law enforcement source. Was it even a source connected to the investigation? Who knows?
I am getting so many tips sent to me at the moment, and it's hard to know which is which. Like the one that's really popular for me not for me, but for my chat, the one that's really popping up a lot in my comments, I should say, is that this idea of the knife sheath being left under Ethan's body, and that his body in particular was really like massacred, essentially. A very gruesome story, and apparently a lot of people are taking the bait on this one. Now, I don't know if it's true. I have no evidence. It literally comes from one person saying that their friend is one of the FBI agents, and they showed them texts, and they trust their friend, and they're a big YouTuber with like 400,000 subscribers or something, and everyone's just kind of repeating this around at the moment. I've seen no basis for it just yet, and it would kind of be counterintuitive to me in essence, because if it's the knife sheath and that's where they got touch DNA from, why would they need to see his hand if it was cut, which would have been blood evidence? And I believe you were saying earlier when I was talking with Jeff about this, is that there was blood evidence is what you believe to be the case?
That's what I believe, because I don't
right.
think touch DNA, they'd be able to. Well, look, I'm going to say I hope. Steve Gosney and I, who's a defense attorney, he and I both think it's blood, but we don't know.
Right.
We're going to find out when we see the arrest affidavit, I imagine. And that's the important
That's
part.
what everyone's looking for.
If it's touch DNA, I think that's terrible evidence, and a good defense will tear that apart. Touch DNA could be anything. It could be transferred from anyone. It could have been someone who touched him and then was in the house, someone who shook his hand, someone who brushed up against him. Touch DNA is not great. Drama in the front, party in the back says they need surprisingly little to pull a vehicle over. It's harder to search a vehicle or ticket a driver. That's true. And he was pulled over twice for tailgating, and he
Maybe
probably
even a
was.
third time, apparently.
We all tailgate on the highway, by the way. If you listen to the police who talk to him, they give him a little lesson on tailgating. They tell him you have to be, if you're going 10 miles an hour, you can be 1 car length. But if you're going 70, you must be 7 car lengths back. Do you ever drive 70 miles an hour, 7 car lengths away from the person in front of you? No.
I know. No matter how fast I'm going, I always follow the 2-second rule, which is what we get taught in the in New Zealand. Do you know that? Where when the car in front of you passes an object, you count 2 seconds, and if your car's like closer than that, you slow down.
Right.
It works pretty well.
Yeah,
for me.
I believe that they teach us the same thing here, but I mean, 7 car lengths is a very long distance on the highway, and almost none of us do it.
That's a terrible metric system because cars are not evenly shaped or sized.
That's true, but that's what makes it maybe a legitimate stop, because they can stop you if you're not 7 car lengths, and if it's subjective, well, then that's what the police officer thought. Yes, Antoinette, I was just getting to that. The judge did impose a gag order on the lawyers and the police. So none of the police or lawyers are supposed to be leaking information, and they can be held in contempt of court if they do that. So I would be very skeptical of anything that's being said is, oh, my friend is law enforcement. if we've learned anything in this case, it's that the law enforcement surrounding it has been very, very careful about leaking anything. They've been very close to the chest, very tight-lipped. So I find it hard to believe that somebody's close friend at the FBI showed them Jack.
I have a lot of problems with that as well, and it's my personal theory at this time that the police kind of got this suspect at the last minute. Maybe like the last week or so. But some people are saying that they've been stalking him for the last month, like as little as 4 days after the murders, which doesn't seem to line up to me, just based on what the police were saying in their early reports, specifically how much information they're asking from the public for and how little leads they seem to have. If they knew who this guy was all this time, why would they put out this search for the Elantra if they knew exactly who it belonged to? It doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, and also there is the question of why did the police say they were looking for a 2011 to 2013 Elantra and it's a 2015? Was that disinformation on purpose?
I think they just misidentified it in the photos. I mean, the photos weren't great. I've heard that a cat was taking a pee outside at 3 a.m. and that's how they got the car footage. But again, that's just like an unsubstantiated tweet from somebody that has a friend working in the investigation. So who can say what the actual details are? I think we're all very interested to learn, though. But I guess surely if they knew who this person was, like so early, they could have checked his car registration. I mean, I don't know about you, but whenever we go to university where I'm from, we always have to register our cars if we want to use any parking, or if you just register it so that you own it, right? Like it shouldn't have been too hard to find.
Right. There is something about the license plate registry. Sinbad, I just went to your link on Locals and it looks like that link has been taken down. They're not streaming it. They're going to release are you kidding me? They're not going to stream it. They're just going to release the video afterwards. That's ridiculous. Yeah, Brian Enton is reporting that the initial appearance is at 9:30 a.m. Pacific time, which would be what? Is that 12:30 this time?
It's within an hour, isn't it?
9:30 Pacific time is 3. Aren't they? Isn't California 3 hours? Aren't they Mountain Standard? They're not Pacific time.
I thought they were using
They're 2 hours. I would think he would use local time because he's on the ground.
2:30 a.m. my time, it looks like. So 2 hours from now.
Yeah. Okay.
Initial appearance, but the video.
But they're
then
saying,
how long is the hearing going to last as well? So it's probably going to be hours from now. It's probably going to be like 5-6 hours at the minimum, I'd say.
I don't know why they wouldn't stream it. That doesn't make any sense. Why wouldn't they carry it live?
I don't know. Maybe they don't have very much.
Now, okay, I've
heard a few conspiracy theories already about that he's like a fall guy, which doesn't make a lot of sense to me because there's a lot better fall guys than this guy. Like specifically, if it was like an ex-boyfriend or something, the public would have accepted that a lot easier. So no, I don't think that. But what is this? What is?
All right. Well, this is the order for cameras in the courtroom. So this was signed by the judge on January 2nd, and this is about now. What I don't know about this, and we do have some lawyers coming on later in the stream. Jeff from Legal Vices is going to be here in a little while. So maybe he can give us some more clarity on this. But this
I believe he's streaming right now, yes. So
yeah, he's going to be here afterwards. This order governs courthouse and courtroom conduct and media activities and may be amended from time to time. The court is mindful of the need to balance the constitutional right of the defendant to a fair hearing, the public's right to information in conjunction with the constitutional and statutory rights. I'll close my window so we don't have to listen to traffic going by. Statutory rights of the media to attend the proceedings. The court's interest in maintaining order and an environment that permits all participants to focus on their responsibilities without undue distractions, and the court's interest in the safety of the public and court personnel, and the need to follow all Idaho Supreme Court orders as may be changed or amended from time to time. With these factors in mind, pursuant to Idaho Court Administrative Rules, it is hereby ordered courtroom seating and attendance. There will be seating for victims, families, counsel, defendant's family, and court personnel. Certain seating may be reserved for counsel, authorized court personnel, the defendant's family, and the victim's families. Pooled media seating will have the representatives of the media serving as the pooled camera staff shall be seated in an area approved by the court, as designated by the administrative district judge. blah, blah. The bailiff is subject to a limit of 2 media members operating the pooled broadcast recording of the hearing and 1 media member handling the pooled still photography. So it says pooled broadcast recording, which would suggest...
Recording doesn't necessarily say live stream, though.
But
it should be released. Yeah.
Broadcast does kind of suggest it would be live. General public and additional media seating. So the public and members of the media not designated as pool camera staff may be permitted in the courtroom on a first-come basis. So it'll be, standing in line. No person may reserve seats. No standing in the courtroom will be allowed. But I did hear that they're going to have an alternative room where they will stream it for the press that doesn't make it in. But I don't know. It doesn't say that here. That's what the press was reporting. Seating in front of the bar. No person can go in front of the bar. That's normal. Entry and exit. They're asked to be seated during any portion of the hearing. General restrictions. This is usual. No food, beverage, firearms, weapons, obviously. Cell phones are permitted but must be turned off and shall not be used for recording or transmission. So you can't tweet live from the courtroom, but that's normal. You're not allowed to use your phone in a courtroom. Members of the media may use their laptops, but shouldn't be recording anything. Doesn't look like... Let's see, is there anything else interesting here? If the court allows cameras in the courtroom and orders that the media coverage be pooled, which it did, then all media shall have access to and share the video, audio, and still photographs received from the permitted cameras. Members of the media shall designate and agree on the operator of each. So, I don't know. That doesn't track with what this order says. If all media is allowed to have access to the broadcast from the courtroom and do what they want with it, I don't know why they wouldn't carry it live. But I guess we'll just have to wait and see. However, I do have the Zoom login for the judge's courtroom. So I might be able to get onto that. I'm going to try.
Worth a shot, at least.
It's worth a shot to try.
They might just be streaming it but keeping it low-key or something. Who can say?
Right.
It's a bit weird.
Portion of proceedings which may not be televised, that's normal. Restrictions on video. No video or still photography shall be taken of papers, documents, notes. That's normal. News conferences, interviews, or reporting is prohibited inside the courtroom. That's normal, but you can go outside. Media inquiries, communications should be directed to Leda County District Court. Court area. All right. Well, that's all we have on that. To me, that doesn't say you won't be able to stream the media won't be able to stream it. But if Bryan Enton is saying that, it's possible he knows more. He is on the ground. He's a national correspondent for News Nation, and he's been covering the case. And he's been doing a pretty good job of it.
Yeah, he's been doing pretty good so far from what I've seen. He's been dispelling a few rumors as well.
Yes.
Nice. There's quite a few to go around.
I'm going to check out Law and Crime and see what they have scheduled, because I would imagine they would have access. See now,
Possible.
They have, let's see what they have. They have a video scheduled, a live stream scheduled that starts at noon. And they say accused Idaho student murderer Bryan Kohberger is set to appear in a Pennsylvania court. No, that's Pennsylvania. Isn't this today? It is today. They just haven't updated their description. They copied and pasted. See what they did here? They copied and here's their live stream scheduled to start in 63 minutes. And they have not updated their description. So it says he's set to appear in a Pennsylvania court.
I'm thinking that's probably going to be their live people just talking about it, though, if it's a Q&A. Like, if he's going to arrive in that time, then they're probably just going to have a bunch of people sitting around while they wait like an hour or 2 hours for anything of actual merit to come out.
All right. Well, have you seen the video of the stop?
I haven't seen this one. If this is the one that shows... Oh, no, wait. I have seen this. Yes, I have seen this.
Well, In case
Is this the one with the body footage or the one where he looks down at the camera?
No, this is the one where the police officer didn't screw up the camera.
Okay.
The first one was really hard to watch. And I can imagine that if the feds did put him up to it, they were groaning out as they were playing the footage of the camera just staring at the car handle. So let's watch this in case you haven't seen it. This is the second stop. Please play. Can you hear it okay?
Okay.
Okay, good.
Hello. How you doing? How y'all doing today? Good, good. Take a look at your driver's license real quick if I could. See, he's right up on that van, man. He was right up on the back end of that van. Pulled you over for tailgating. Is this your car? Okay. Cool. Where are you headed?
Well, we're coming from WSU, and we're
What's WSU?
that is SWAT team area.
So we're okay. I'm having a hard time hearing you because of the traffic. So you're coming from Washington State University, and you're going where? Oh.
We're going to be going to Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. We're slightly punchy because we're driving for hours.
Hours, days.
Hours to drive. Well, almost a day.
Okay. And what did you say about some SWAT team thing? Or
Yeah, there was a mass shooting and everything. We don't know
where?
Talking about a different thing? Mass shooting.
Yeah. It's so weird.
Okay.
And it wasn't a mass shooting. It was a SWAT shooting. There was a standoff with someone in apartments near or on the campus, and one person there was a shootout. One person was shot, but they brought this up in both traffic stops. The first one, Bryan Kohberger brings it up, and in the second one, his father brings it up, and it's odd to me that you would.
It's a little bit weird, yeah. I mean, his face looks very concerned. And I see that, like, the running theory people are saying is that the FBI asked the cops to, get a look at his hands. And I think I see people in chat saying that too, and we mentioned it as well. But didn't Bryan teach it, like his teaching job, for like a week after the murders?
Oh yeah, and he was in class.
So surely people would have seen his hands, unless he was wearing gloves all the time. Now, there was some reports that he was wearing gloves after the murders, but then I think that was just to go to the supermarket, and it's cold out there. So why wouldn't he be wearing just gloves anyway? So
yeah, and I've got some more on that actually. We'll finish this and I'll show you the pictures of the hands because I've got
there's a lot of things that don't match up.
Yeah.
I did see one photo. It looks like it could be like a line on it, but it could also just be able to trigger the light.
Exactly.
It's very hard to tell. Like,
I've got a different angle where it looks like there's nothing there. So we'll look at that in a minute.
Yeah. I'm actually shocked how terrible resolution these cameras are. Like, it's so easy with a cheap, tiny camera, but everyone has the worst camera resolution. Like,
I know.
So easy.
So y'all work at the university there?
Good old Law and Crime with their floating watermark that they just downloaded this video from another YouTube video.
I know, it's not theirs.
I know, but they like to do that.
Copyright cucks.
They are. They're the worst.
Yeah, I hadn't heard about that incident just yesterday, or?
No, this happened about an hour and a half ago. It's still wrapping up for investigating. I'm not sure there's two shootings, but they did shoot somebody.
Let's see.
And then you don't know about that actually. Well,
interesting. Wow. Okay. So do me a favor, don't follow too close, okay? All right. Thank you. Appreciate you.
All right. So what's interesting to me about this also is that this is the second stop. I think no, this is the first stop. And in the second one, the guy's like, "Oh, you've been warned already about this? Well, I'm just going to let you go." And that cracks me up because I'm like, "Wait a minute. That's not how this works. If you've been warned by the police for doing something and you're really doing it and you don't stop doing it and then you get pulled over again, and you tell them, I was just warned about this a little while back. Usually you get a ticket. So that to me was suspect about, oh, well, since you've already been warned, I'm going to let you go. You know,
The more I think about this FBI stop theory, the less I kind of things make sense to me, because like a lot of these, I saw another one of these videos where it was like a 5 or 7 minute long one, and it shows footage from the cop after he gets back into the cab, and he just sits there and he talks, and he's like, he doesn't do anything, right? He's just sitting there. I imagine that if the FBI had asked him to get some information, he would have called them directly up. Be like, yo, I just checked out Bryan, he does or he doesn't have these things on his hands. So I don't know. I mean, it's not impossible that he's just keeping it hush hush or something. But it seems a little bit like, why would they ask specifically for the body cam footage rather than just like a personal report? Like his eyes are going to see more than the camera would ever show.
Well,
so,
I would imagine
I don't know. It's a little bit sus
that.
to me.
I would imagine they wanted that too. Like
yeah,
if
I don't know.
So
I'm just thinking.
Here is
just
the.
Thinking about it.
Well, I hope, to tell you the truth, I hope that's not what happened, because like we were talking about in the beginning, then his defense would have a reason to throw that evidence out, because if he was pulled over on false pretenses, that's not allowed.
Wait, is that?
So
can you scroll up a little bit?
Yeah. Where? This one?
Okay. Yeah.
So this is the
I was going to
picture
say I
that-
don't see any cut there.
This is the screenshot that I took of his wrist, and I see nothing there. I think it
Yeah.
looks totally normal.
It looks fine,
okay?
right, to me.
But this is what is going around online, and I don't know if they photoshopped this or what, but I mean, in the actual video, you can see what looks like to me here a shadow. And they're saying they think there's like a wound here, but
I saw that too, but I think what happened is somebody's increased the they probably run like a shadow or just like a light or something through like an AI upscaler, and maybe it's increased some contrast pixels or something, because it just kind of seems like contrast to me.
Yeah,
I mean,
me too. I don't think that there's anything there. I think his hands look fine. And also, there's a lot of video of this guy and pictures. The video we have of him is from yesterday or Tuesday, was great. And it was right, face on. We can look at him here. Look at this picture here.
Oh yeah, there'd be like courtroom videos and everything of him walking in, right?
And we saw him walking in, and like his whole face and neck area looks perfect. I don't see any scratches. I don't see any wounds. His hands, his arms all looked fine too. So I don't know. I'm not buying this that he had.
I think I'm with you on that.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't believe it.
It's not impossible. It's not impossible, but that the police did, the FBI asked him to pull him over, but I don't think there's anything on his hands to be seen there. I mean, not that I can see.
Yeah, me either. Now, here's a weird thing. So I go over to the search, right? On the, here's the search to search for the hearing. And nothing was coming up. Nothing's coming up still, which I think is weird. So they've announced it to the press, but they haven't put it on the docket. What if I just do one day? Let's see if it makes a difference. No.
Can you search by the case number? Because I think I saw that earlier. That is when he landed in PA, they gave him an official case number.
Yeah, I can search by case number. Although I don't have the case number in front of me. Although I should. Wait, yes, I do. Because I have that court order.
I should have it somewhere soon as well.
Wait, I've got the court order. It should be right on the top. Case number CR 29222805. So let me write that down, and we'll try to search it that way. But I mean, I do find it kind of odd that it's not on the docket yet. 29-222805. All right, we'll try that. Let's go back over to the search.
Have you done any theories into what his motivation might have been in your own streams?
Theories of motivation? No, I really have no idea. I have thought about it, but I really don't have any clue. And frankly, I think speculating about motivation is kind of useless, because until we know what his connection to the victims was, although, okay, here's my guess. I think if he did it, and he may not have done it, he might be the wrong guy. But if he did it, it sure seems to me like he might be somebody, because of his criminal, interest. I mean, this is a guy with a PhD in criminology. Maybe he got too obsessed with his field and he was really obsessing about what it feels like to commit a crime based on his questionnaires, about what did it feel like? What was your first move? Did your victim struggle? Is it possible that he just started obsessing about that and wanted to try and do it, try and get away with it, try and see what it felt like? I think that makes as much sense as anything, but then again, I could be totally wrong.
So you're going sort of more obsessed with criminality than rather say a crime of passion or rage, because the early theories were very like a big rage sort of motivation, which a lot of people are still saying may be the reason.
Maybe, but I
sort of agree with you.
I don't really
to be
buy
honest.
that he's an incel, though. I think he's very handsome. He actually looks. The more I look at him, he looks like a couple of boyfriends I had. Like
You
I
know
don't.
what? Actually, I think I have a link here somewhere. Again, this is kind of confirmed information, but there apparently has been someone from his high school that has come forward to state that he did have girlfriends. He wasn't that much of a loner, like kind of just breaking the thing. Like, so this is apparent. There was an interview from someone who knew Bryan in high school. So again, it's secondhand information from someone that knew him in high school. They say that he confirmed that he was bullied for being overweight, but eventually lost weight, gained confidence, started talking to girls, had girlfriends. Says the reports about Bryan turning into bully in high school are not true. Mentions drugs hit the Poconos hard after he left for college. Can't confirm Bryan did any drugs, though. Apparently, he misheard. Oh, no, he said he did confirm that Bryan did heroin, which is what the other lady was saying in their TikTok videos. He would have never imagined Bryan would do something like this. He said that Bryan was very smart, went to an academic after-school programs. His mum was very nice. Doesn't seem to believe Bryan did it. Still, he wants justice if he did. Doesn't think Bryan's on the spectrum, but he's not fully sure he understands what it is. Doesn't think it is crazy either. So he might have something, maybe just a bit awkward. Like a lot of people are very quick to say that people that are awkward or have problems with social interactions are on the spectrum. Not typically the case, I believe. A lot of people are very quick to kind of jump to the gun with that.
Go ahead. I was just going to say my locals found a picture of his hands walking in that look a little red, but he's also wearing restraints.
That'll be from the cuffs. Yeah,
he's wearing cuffs. They're rubbing right there.
I don't see anything. Some people are saying it would have been time for it to heal, but if it was a significant gash from a big knife, I think that would have been very obvious. Like there'd be some plastering or something there.
And frankly, I'm a little shocked that if he did this, that he got away with it with no cuts. 4 people with a knife and no injuries to himself. That would be very rare.
It would be, but he was hitting sleeping targets. Now, if he did get cut in the thing, I think it would be like maybe the knife ricocheting off a bone. Sometimes you don't have the exact strength to go through it, and it would like turn, like tilt, like maybe like a weak wrist area, like after 4 people maybe, and then maybe it nicks back and hits somewhere. I could see that as a possibility, but again, it's a bit of a noodle scratcher, and that's why we're so interested to see about the. Yeah, that's true.
It's sorry, you were saying, I interrupted you too with that.
Just like where did the DNA evidence come from? That's what everyone's asking. And like DNA is so hard not to spread. Like unless you're wearing an incomplete bodysuit or something, and you go through and you wash that bodysuit after you've already entered the bodysuit, it's very difficult to just prevent an errant skin cell or hair fiber. So if it was hair or skin DNA, then that'd be much more interesting to me. But that actually would open it up to maybe Bryan not being as guilty as they think he is, because so many people go through that house. He could have literally just gone to that party once or known one of the girls personally. One of the fathers did come forward and say that like he understands Bryan's connection, but he's been asked not to say anything by the police. But he's the guy that was kind of talking a lot about stuff, and a lot of people were kind of frustrated with him.
Yeah, that's Kaylee Gonsalves's father, and I think
I believe so. I think his name's Steve. I'm not sure about
Steve.
that.
He did this once before too, where he and I'm not casting any aspersions on him. The man's a grieving father, so he's going to make
everyone
mistakes.
Deals with grief differently.
He's going to make mistakes, and he came out and said something about that Jack guy leaving the country. He said someone told him that he left the country.
I heard that too, but I never believed it. Like I heard that Jack fled the country to Africa, but without giving a DNA sample, and I didn't believe that for a second.
Well, it came from Steve Gonsalves, and it turns out that the person who told him that was an internet psychic.
Oh my god.
Mm-hmm. When I finally got to the bottom of it, it was a Reddit. Lady? It was a Reddit psychic. No, it wasn't the one who's being sued, but it was someone else on Reddit or something. So it's just so when Mr. Gonsalves says things, I think give him a pass, but also don't don't believe that it's actually accurate
Yeah.
because he's a grieving father. And I think the families should not be considered sources for much right now. They're all traumatized and dealing with a very horrible situation.
Looks like there's an update from Brian. He says
Oh,
that
good.
initial appearance is at 9:30. Video will be allowed, but we can't put it up until after the hearing.
Yeah, I read that earlier and I'm thinking,
Yeah.
why would they do that if they have an order that says they can broadcast? That I don't really
Broadcast is not
understand.
necessarily equal to live stream, though.
But I don't think it ever says live stream in the orders. I think it
true,
always
but
just
this may
says
just
broadcast.
be a case of the being, maybe it's just a Boomer County. They don't understand what live stream is.
Boomer County. That's very possible. That might be the answer right there. Definitely possible. It's such a strange case, isn't it?
It is. It is.
It really is, and it captured the imagination, I think, of so many people, because you don't want to think that you could be sleeping in your bed one night and someone could just walk in and murder you like that. And if it wasn't, it seems like it should be a rage killing, right? And it would be very personal because a knife stabbing thing. But then again, BTK, what was he angry about? Nothing. The guy was just a psychopath and did these horrible, violent murders completely coldly and unemotionally, not even caring that there were little children watching in some cases as he killed their mothers. So
everyone keeps saying that because it's a knife, it has to be a rage killing, but I've never taken that point of view. I always thought that it's a not assassin, but like a stealthy sort of weapon to use. You can't use a gun if you're going to wake up the entire neighborhood to kill 4 people. Surely you would choose a knife as a weapon of stealth, not necessarily a personalized weapon of rage. I mean, what else are you going to use? So I've never thought, but everyone keeps saying that. But my point of view is always it was something else. I don't think it's ever been motivated by rage. And maybe you can argue that it was rage from an earlier in childhood or some sort of repressed feelings or something like that. But this seems like a calculated, premeditated thing that somebody did very, very coolly, at least until they actually got in and started, actually taking action. At that point, I assume they felt a lot of like adrenaline, rage, joy, whatever feeling these people feel when they do something so terrible. But no, I never thought this was a spur of the moment thing. Like because then for it to be a spur of the moment sort of thing, there would have to be of just kind of seen them outside the house, and it was so early in the morning and so cold outside. I don't think someone would be just waiting out there unless they were planning to do something like this. So
it does feel premeditated to me. I think it absolutely was a plan. And I think that makes it more likely, in my opinion, for it to have been a cold, calculated decision and not a rage killing. I think I read this one already. Yes, I did. I'll unstar that. Thanks again for it. Flux says, call them and yell at them. You have that mom vibe. I wouldn't want to disappoint. Yell at them like you're yelling at your kid to clean their room. I can't yell at the court. I can't call the clerk and yell at them. They're under too much pressure. Do you know how many phone calls they've probably gotten? Sometimes, Josh, I will call live, on the air. I'll call people live. And I'll call a public information officer and ask questions live on the air. The chat likes that a lot. I would maybe normally call them to clarify on a situation like this if I knew that they weren't being inundated the way they're being inundated right now. So I think I'll leave them alone, but it is funny to point that out, Flux. Thank you. Also said, LOL, I like when meme says or. That was a while ago, so I don't remember what that was about.
I got that same super chat today in my live stream. Apparently, I say or strangely.
Oh, or.
Is it weird? I'm just saying or. What is going on with you?
I guess
silly North American people.
Americans are very interested and taken, captive by foreign accents. That we just love it.
That's true. Everyone always assumes I'm British, which works out very well for me because people like to hear British people complain about things, which is what I usually do. So it makes sense. I see a quote in the chat saying, Megan, this quote was from his arrest. Am I the only one who's been arrested so far? Bryan Kohberger. I've thought about this for a bit. What do you think about it, though?
I think that it's uncorroborated, and I think that if he did say it, he could have also been just wondering if anybody else was picked up, or he could have been trying to throw them off if he's guilty, about trying to cause confusion. But I think most likely he didn't say it at all. And most likely this is just one of those things that gets pushed around. For instance, The UK Daily Mail put out that article with the woman who says she was in jail with him. She clearly looks like a crackhead.
Well, to be fair, she was in the same county lockup at the same time as him, but her story is completely. After that, it's a little bit. It's quite a story. I hope the Daily Mail paid a lot of money for it.
Singing, rap songs that were violent and all this nonsense. Yeah. But she really looked like and sounded like a person with a substance abuse problem. And also, I heard another report just last night. I was listening to something that said the guards at the jail in Pennsylvania said he was very cooperative the entire time he was there.
Well, I mean, her story doesn't make sense anyway, because she said that he pulled down her pants and was exposing herself to her. But like, he was wearing that suicide vest, right? The prevention vest.
Yes.
And those things are basically dressing gowns. They don't actually give you pants, apparently.
And she couldn't see him from the waist down because there's a partition. So how does she know? She's just making it up.
But to my theory about that theory, if it is indeed true, and he did say that, my feeling was that he was concerned that maybe his father was brought in as an accomplice, because the entire country was looking for this car, and he and his father drove across the country with this car. Why wouldn't they have reported it? And I was really confused for it. Why wouldn't the father report this? And maybe Bryan just told the father, I have already reported it. And if that was the case, then he may be concerned that his family members or his father would be taken in as an accomplice. Although it could be also asking to see, if he's trying to, maybe trick the police about, or see if he's like one of many people being brought in suspicion, something like that. Like they're bringing him for a lineup, who can say?
I actually think your theory about his dad makes the most sense, because he may have been worried that his father got caught up in this too. And wouldn't he want to know, did you arrest anybody else at my house? Basically, how would he know? Once they took him away, he wouldn't know.
Yeah, I think the family seemed to be very much on his side at this point, which you'd imagine the family would be. I believe the parents have hired a crime reconstruction expert, in fact. That's what I was reading today. I'm collecting a bunch of links for my next stream that I do on this. I might do it tomorrow if the order is actually released. After I have a nice long nap, at least.
Then this other weird thing happened yesterday that I really find bizarre. And that is that the public is just stalking Bryan Kohberger's every move. And this tweet.
Oh, yeah. Somebody asked me to live stream the plane being flown across the country.
Yeah.
And
it's like, this is taking it a little too far for me, folks. I thought this tweet was funny. Maver Janice said, the Pennsylvania State Police say we will not be releasing travel details due to security concerns. Our group, hold my beer, here's his altitude. I mean, it's true. That's what they did. And they're like tracking this plane, and they're watching him go take a bathroom break at one of the pit stops while they refueled. And then it culminates in this video here of him.
I believe the plane flew over Pullman, right?
I think so.
Do you think he leaned out the window and said, like, hey, I can see my house from here? Like to the guards, to make conversation of them,
We'll play this video because this is what it culminated in yesterday. After all the stalking, here's where we ended up. So we were watching this plane come in, and the police take custody of him. Let's see if I have the volume up.
People are absolutely enraptured with this case. Every single detail. I try not to stream until I have enough to make it worth a show's worth. But there are some people that are doing this every hour of every day.
It has been, I guess it's the perfect storm, really, because
Steven,
there's been so little information coming out.
I mean, it's certainly interesting.
It's just exciting.
It's fascinating, but people are taking it a bit too far, I think.
Oh, absolutely. This whole stalking thing was just something to me.
What do you think about his outfit, though? Like, do you think black goes with red? I don't know. Like, I feel like the red has to go on top. The black pants, red top makes more sense, though.
I do think red's a good color on him. It gives him some color in his face, which makes him more photogenic. So.
Oh, that's what I need. I haven't seen the sun in a while.
So they brought him. He was in the truck, and they brought him in through an underground entrance, which of course they're not going to want him exposed to the public. And I think one of the reasons is they're worried about his safety. There was a bunch of reporting about, they're putting a helmet on him. And the reason they're putting the helmet on him, in my opinion, is not to, obscure his identity in any way. It's just for his own safety, because it wouldn't be the first time that a family member killed or tried to kill someone accused of hurting their loved ones. And I think that...
Yeah, and hypothetically, there's 8 parents that are aggrieved in this case that are
Yeah.
looking for, vengeance, and one father that's particularly been very much involved. So that makes sense for them.
Yes, and if you remember, I think his name was Gary Plushy. Anyway, his son was assaulted SA by some sicko, and as they were bringing him into the courtroom, it's on video. Gary Plushy
I think I've heard this
actually
one,
shot him right in the head, right in front of everybody, and he was
yeah. That's pretty
arrested.
based.
Yeah,
Provided the guy was guilty.
I'm not sure. I believe he was, though, but he didn't do a day in jail. He was standing at a phone booth pretending to be on the phone, waited till the guy came past, and boom. It was either, I don't know if it was the courtroom or the airport. I'm not sure, but it could have been during a transfer. Yeah. You guys can look it up. It's on YouTube. If I play it, I'll probably get strike for violence.
Yeah, I wouldn't show that.
No. It's a great video, though, and I highly recommend it if you want to see. It's not very bloody or anything.
I've
It's
heard of
just...
it. There's a few other cases like that are very similar. Some of them are more gruesome than that, though. But the funny thing is, everyone can kind of agree with that. Like, I've never heard anyone hear that story and say, like, well, that guy did the wrong thing. Everyone just kind of agrees that it's like, yeah, fair enough.
Now I know why. By the way, that just clicked. If that was in an airport where Gary Plushy did that, now I know why they emptied the airport before he went in to go to the bathroom. So apparently the plane he was on didn't have a bathroom or something, because they had to take when they went to refuel.
So it's
There's
like a private jet. That's not very.
It's weird, right?
Huh.
They went to refuel. They took him off the plane, and into the airport, but they emptied the airport first. Yes, the jury did let him go. They gave him like a 10-year suspended sentence or something like that. So 10 years, but you don't have to spend a day in jail. So that's probably why they did that, because during these prisoner transfers, it can actually be very dangerous. So someone has to ask the question, why didn't the feds or whoever was transporting him just get a double engine plane, and so that they didn't need to refuel anywhere? Like,
Yeah, or at least hold the door open during the flight for a few minutes, right?
It's
like road trip rules. You can't stop. You're gonna lose gas mileage. You have
like
to
you
keep going.
can't pee on the runway. Like it's very bizarre.
Was he the only one that needs to go to the bathroom? What about the other guys? Did they need to take a break? Like, it's very weird. It's a bit weird.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, the chat says it's for security. The plane bathroom would be too small. He'd have to be in there by himself. Well, they could just
Okay.
leave the door open. Just leave the door open.
It can't go when you're looking.
Yeah, they're gonna be with him
It's
anyway.
embarrassing.
He's
No,
never
yeah,
gonna be able to
exactly.
pee alone again if he's convicted.
I can kind of see that. Maybe they're worried about, like, him doing a sneaky self-delete or something in the bathroom. But yeah, I would say they'd have to just watch him. I mean, if we're being serious about this. So it's very strange. I think maybe they just wanted to take a break or something.
All right, have you seen this? This is kind of bizarre.
What's that?
There's somebody who thinks they
Giant vigil.
spotted him at the vigil. So this does look very. He does. It looks like the same guy to me. Got to tell you.
It's not impossible, but I'm not going to make any determinations with this quality of photo.
No, you're right. You're right. The quality is terrible, but it's pretty similar.
Yeah, maybe. He would have probably had to drive to get there, right? Like,
Yeah,
come
I
on.
would
This
think
is.
so.
I think this drawing is.
Well, no, what she's saying is, I think the similar parts are the parts I put in red, but the parts that are not similar, I think, are in yellow. So, like, she thinks the forehead's a little different and the ear shape, but I think the tilt of his head is at a different angle, and that would change everything. So, I don't know.
I'm not seeing it. It's possible. It's absolutely possible. But, like, this is.
If that's
again,
not
the
him,
quality is
though,
just-
he's got a doppelganger in town, because that looks like a.
People keep saying that I look
Looks
like
like
him or
him.
that I did it. That's
I don't
totally
think
wrong.
you look like him at all. Don't be ridiculous.
That's what my chat keeps telling me. They keep telling me that
That's-
I'm responsible for this. That's how I know so much details about the case.
That's not true. All we know is what we've been reading in the news and able to get through whatever reporting is out there. And you know what? We're probably going to find out at the trial that so much of this has been totally useless information that people are obsessing over.
Mhm.
You know, do you know about the TikToker psychic who's getting sued by the professor?
Oh yeah. We mentioned that a bit a few minutes ago. The TikTok tarot card site, tarot reader. Is it tarot or tarot? I don't know.
Tarot, I think. Did you read the lawsuit on that one?
I haven't.
It's
I
pretty
heard what was
interesting.
that. It's a ridiculous story, but I instantly tune out anytime anyone says anything about tarots because that's all girl stuff. I don't care. I don't think any guy cares about tarot cards at all. But where I'm from, gems is a big thing, and that's another bet. Like the energy gems, you know what I mean? Like
No, I don't know.
crystals.
Crystals.
Crystals. Yeah, or gems. We call them gemstones, I guess.
Okay.
I love that. There's a picture of a guy that he tried to power up his car by gluing gems to the front of his steering wheel. Essentially, he turns his airbag into a claymore. Genius, right? But no, those are really big in New Zealand. A lot of people like their gemstones.
Well, whatever makes you feel better, really. I think that's really in my opinion.
I don't think putting gems in your airbag is going to make you feel better at all.
Not if you get into a wreck. All right. Well, this is the lawsuit that has been filed against the TikToker. This is Rebecca Schofield versus Ashley Gillard or Gillard. Gillard. I don't really know how to say her name.
Someone in chat says they want to email you because their super chats aren't going to go through. If your super chats aren't going through, you might be using language that YouTube doesn't like. Try rewording with sneaky code words and see if it gets through.
Sneaky code words. Oh, I've got this one. 200 Watt Studio says tarot and astrology are for high school girls.
True.
That's funny.
Very smart and intelligent and correct comment.
Oh my goodness. Am I missing it? Super chats? Okay, no. I think I got them all.
I think you got them all. Yeah.
I think I did. Okay. Getting over to this lawsuit. So it says here, and this is the dumbest thing ever, I'm telling you. In November of 2022, 4 students at the University of Idaho were murdered at a home near the campus. The tragedy has garnered attention and inflicted great sorrow throughout the university, the state, and the country. Defendant Ashley Gillard, a purported internet sleuth, decided to use the community's pain for her online self-promotion. She has posted many videos on TikTok falsely stating the plaintiff, Rebecca Schofield, a professor at the university, participated in the murders because she was romantically involved with one of the victims. Gillard's statements are false. Professor Schofield did not participate in the murders, and she never met any of the victims, let alone entered a romantic relationship with them. Gillard's videos have been viewed millions of times, amplifying Gillard's online persona at the expense of Professor Schofield's reputation. Professor Schofield now sues Gillard for defamation. And we can skip past this stuff. We can skip past the factual allegations, except this part right here. Professor Schofield was not in Moscow, Idaho, when the murders occurred. She and her husband were in Portland, Oregon, visiting friends. They stayed at a hotel, checking out in the morning on November 13th after the murders occurred. Was pretty airtight alibi there. They drove from Portland to Moscow, a drive of more than 5 hours, arriving after law enforcement officers had discovered the murders. So, getting down to what Ashley did. Ashley Gillard promotes herself on Amazon and TikTok as an internet sleuth that solves high-profile, unsolved murders by consulting tarot cards and performing other readings. To obtain information about the murders, she has purported to solve the murders of musician Kirshnik Karibal, a.k.a. Takeoff, Shankella Robinson, I don't know any of these people, Tiffany Valiente, Kevin Samuels, and the November murders at the University of Idaho. TikTok we know what TikTok is. It's a Chinese spy app. I don't need to tell you what they do. She, on or about November 22, Gillard began posting TikTok videos about the November murders at the University of Idaho. She asserted that the murderer had some history with one or more of the victims, and that the murderer was someone who previously was involved with one of the victims, possibly an ex. This is so crazy. This is her. She's called Ashley is the Book of Life on Twitter. I'm sorry, not Twitter, TikTok. So on November 24th, she posted 6 TikTok videos to her account in which she falsely stated that Professor Schofield, the chair of the history department, was responsible for the 4 students' deaths. 2 of the TikToks directly and falsely state that Professor Schofield ordered the execution of the 4 students. 3 of the TikToks either falsely implied or directly stated that Professor Schofield had been involved in a relationship with one of the murdered students, Kaylee Gonzalez. 3 of the TikToks Gillard posted also used Professor Schofield's photo from the University of Idaho website, not based on any facts, blah, 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 that she planned the murders. And she just kept posting these video after video. And even after she was sued, that they sent her 2 letters of cease and desist. And she continued to post these videos. Even after receiving the lawsuit, she posted more videos saying she's scared. That's why she's doing this. This woman is going to learn a very hard lesson. There's no way she doesn't lose this case. And I mean, the defendant is going to lose this case.
Did you see that YouTuber that was faking videos by making fake audio calls and things?
I heard about it, but I never saw them. No.
Apparently, he's been doing that for multiple cases, like 3 different. He did it for Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, I believe, and then another person. He got his YouTube channel terminated, but then it came back. But then it was like he hasn't posted since, and all of his Idaho stuff has been scrubbed. He may have reached a deal with YouTube to, like, probation or something. Who can say? People
will do anything for clicks, and it is.
They will, but the thing with that video is that he had like hundreds of thousands of people watching that video. Like even if only a fraction, like even 1% of those people report that to the local police, they may have thought that was going to be the break in the case that was going to save everything, right? Like that's a waste of police resources. It's not just for clicks or views. He's actually interfering at that point.
Yes. No, I totally agree. Making up evidence is just. It should be he should be charged with obstruction of justice, if you ask me. Justin Wright, thanks for the super chat, says, look up New Mexico State Police murdered on donut operator YouTube. Marshals asked the SP to pull over a vehicle, the state police to pull over a vehicle without telling them it was a dangerous felon. Feds ask local PD to pull over suspects a lot? That's terrible. Really? Oh my goodness.
Interesting.
And MJ, thanks for the super chat, says, glad I could catch a live. I love your reporting, your sense of humor. Well, thanks for being here. I sure appreciate you. And man, that's terrible. If the feds are asking cops to pull suspects over, they should have all the facts, because if it's going to put them in danger, my goodness.
That's a good point, actually, because earlier I was saying, like, if the police were asked to pull over and get a body cam footage of him, wouldn't they be talking about that back when they got back to their cab? But it makes sense if they're not giving them the details.
That's true. That would make sense. So this is the lawsuit. It is publicly posted. You guys can look at it if you want to. Basically, it's just laying out what Rebecca Schofield's damages are. I think it might be hard for her to prove monetary damages, but I don't think it'll be hard for her to prove that her reputation was damaged. And I don't know. Here's the problem with suing a person like this TikToker. So what? She has a couple 100,000, subscribers. Does she actually own anything? Will you ever get anything out of this other than public humiliation?
Well, her deck of tarot cards, apparently.
Yeah. You could get that. You could probably get the tarot cards and some crystals that she has laying around in her apartment, but probably not much else. Although I think that it was right for Professor Schofield to sue because, what else could she do? She sent 2 letters saying, please stop this, and she wasn't listened to.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a problem. I'm going to look up that TikTok. Hold on, because I want to see if she's still doing it. Ashley Gillard TikTok. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad, you guys. I hate TikTok. Let's see. Yep, she still hasn't taken it down. I mean, it's hard to believe that she has not taken this down yet, but the videos are still up there. I wonder if she has a lawyer yet. Getting a lawyer would be advisable, and I would advise anyone who is accusing another person of a heinous crime to, before doing that, make sure that you consult a lawyer who's going to tell you, no, shut up. Let's see. Is this? I'm not sure if this is these are like other people's pages. What did I say it was called? Ashley is with God, or Ashley is with, what is it? What's her name? Hold on. What did I do with it? Anyway, it looks like she's still doing it. she's still got them up there. But unfortunately, I just lost the page. Let's see. Ashley. There it is. Ashley is in the Book of Life. All right. Ashley is in the Book of Life. There she is. Okay. All right. Yes, she's still doing it. Here we go. Now I have the right screen. This is going to be a hard lesson, I think, because whatever she does have is going to end up belonging to Professor Schofield.
All right, let's have a look at this.
You know what? It's light at the end of the tunnel because this is showing a pattern of behavior. So Rebecca Schofield and her team wanted to serve me. They wanted to do something to harm me, to silence me, right? So they contact my ex, so offers him money so that he can do something to betray me for money. Like I said, this lady uses her resources. So we're seeing the pattern. When she wanted something bad, when she wanted to silence Kaylee, she wanted something bad to happen to her. She contacted her ex and offered him money so that he could sacrifice her for his financial gain and for his gain of his career. Are we not seeing a pattern of behavior here? It's like obvious at this point.
Oh my!
She contacts my ex for money so that he.
You know what this reminds me of is the time traveling YouTubers. Have you seen them?
No.
Or time traveling TikTokers. This is a pretty big fad actually. So basically, you make a YouTube account saying that you're a time traveler and you've traveled back in time, and then you make a bunch of predictions. And if you either get them right or you delete the channel. And enough people do these channels that eventually one person gets them right, and then people are like, oh my god, it got right. How could this happen? It's like, well, there's like everyone's making thousands of predictions a day. Eventually, one of them gets it right. It happens on image boards as well. There was a very famous Japanese one that got pretty good, where they predicted like an earthquake, a body being buried under some construction blocks, a mass food poisoning, and a typhoon warning or something, which is driving Japanese 2chan crazy for a while. But yeah, it's kind of a funny one. You got to feel great if you get it right, I imagine.
People will do anything for the clicks. I'm telling you, absolutely anything. And it's amazing the chutzpah that it takes for a woman like this to be sued and continue posting this stuff in her crazy theories. This is the thing that's dangerous about the true crime genre, though, on YouTube and TikTok, is that everybody wants to be in on it. Everybody wants to, get something out there. And I understand that being a journalist, but it's a little different what I do, because I'm very careful about checking sources and making sure that things are verified.
Yeah, like actual journalism.
I have an editor, and like everything goes through her, and she's very careful too. So after I do my vetting, then she does it too. So, and we have to be so careful because we're conservative media, and we get if we get fact checked by, Politico or any of these other places, they can really harm our business. And so we have to be even more careful than the New York Times, who can just print whatever they want and no one ever goes after them. In fact, they hardly ever even correct things when they get it wrong.
Quite often, I've seen a lot of news sources that'll post out fake information, and they'll post like a retraction 2 weeks later or something, and it's in the smallest text at the very end of the article after the entire story's finished. Quite common, actually.
Well, did you see what the New York Times did about this case in particular just the other day? They allowed someone that they interviewed to make allegations against Bryan Kohberger that they did not verify. And they still haven't apologized, and they still haven't retracted it. And they should, because I caught them. Because I went and I got the person they interviewed, and I asked her to clarify, and she wouldn't do it, which means she made it up and it was all bullshit. Did you see this?
I did not.
So the New York.
Oh wait, no. Yes, I did see this. Sorry, Jeff read this on your stream.
Oh, that's right. He read it on the stream you were on.
Yes.
That's right. I was trying to get his attention.
That's right.
On this.
This is the one. This is the one where they made an allegation that Kohberger said something some terrible statement to these people that they can't repeat or will not comment on. And then,
Yes. But we
I
don't
don't
know
know,
what the statement is. And I said to her, I found
Yeah.
B.K. Norton. She's the so-called classmate. And I said to her, could you at least elaborate on the anti-LGBTQ statements that you said you heard him say that isolated him from others? It seems that would be important. What did he say that offended you and other students? Can you elaborate on that? I'm surprised the interviewers you spoke to didn't ask that question. She says, they asked, but I was not comfortable elaborating. Super weird of you to comment on that post of me asking for space, though. Thanks for respecting my boundaries.
It's so passive aggressive. It's so snarky.
Well, you know, she did post the post that I was commenting on really was one that said, could you please, if you're a reporter, don't contact me. But she left it open to the public. So I just ignore drama queen requests like that. And I ask my questions anyway, because look, I got a response and I got information. I got information that they did ask her and she refused to tell them and they still printed it. So, you know, it's not really this person's fault. It is the fault of the New York Times reporters who, by the way, refused to explain themselves. Rachel Sun, who is the New York Times reporter, she blamed it on the people that she was writing with. I did not personally interview the student you're talking about. I can't speak for other reporters or editors other than to say I trust the judgment of the ones I've worked with. You trust them that they can just repeat something that is totally unclear.
This is weird. Like which who came first, chicken or the eggs? With these articles, they're all quoting each other, but no one knows the original article. It's all very amusing to me.
Oh yeah, that's called news aggregation. They lift quotes from so her quote, this B.K. Norton. And by the way, clickety click in the chat, folks. I'm going to drop the link to this so you guys can click on it and help me out. You can't send super chats or whatever. That's great. If your finger works, you can clickety click on my articles, and that goes cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching every time you do it. So I appreciate that.
What was the case? Do you know the case number for this trial thing again?
It says 29-22. 2805.
Right, because I'm looking at something called Statement of Brett Payne. I'm not sure if it's true or not. It just got linked to me. It seems to be a statement of let's see, a peace officer that counted. I'll put it in the private chat. Like I said, I don't know. I just got this DM'd to me. It seems legit at the moment, though. It's in the private chat. There you go.
All right. Oh, it's on the Idaho docs, the government docs
there
page. So
I'm just reading through it now.
It's a .gov. It's a .gov website. So yes, it's legitimate. Whatever is this the affidavit?
I believe
that's what it says.
As I entered the bedroom, I could see two females in a single bed in the room, both Congales. Was it Congales? Gonsalves were deceased with visible stab wounds. I later noticed what appeared to be a tan leather knife sheath laying on the bed next to. There you go.
So that
tan
was
leather
a real
knife sheath next to the bed. But no, they said it was under the Ethan's
a body, but
the sheath later processed had a K-bar USMC, and that explains what.
That's why they said K-bar. That's why they said K-bar.
All right, so this is something. Okay.
This is interesting. Now, why would this be released though?
Is that the only document released on their website?
I'm waiting for it to load. It's taking forever for me for some reason. It's still loading, still loading, still loading.
I'm
there
just
it
reading
is.
through it now.
All right, I'm going to share it on the screen so that we can read through it together.
Something redacted. It seems like the injuries sustained by Ethan and Zana are redacted. I don't know why.
All right, let's see. This is a police affidavit. So this is the police department who responded. Sergeant Blaker and I responded to 1122 King Road, Moscow, Idaho. After entering to assist with scene security and processing of crime associated with 4 homicides. Upon our arrival, the forensic team was on scene and was preparing to begin processing the scene. MPD officer OFC Smith, one of the initial responding officers to the incident, advised that he would walk me through the scene. OFC Smith and I entered the King Road residence through the bottom floor door on the north side of the building. OFC Smith and I then walked upstairs to the second floor. OFC Smith directed me down the hallway to the west bedroom on the second floor, which I later learned through Xana's driver's license and other personal belongings found in the room was Xana Kernodle's hereafter Kernodle room. Just before this room, there was a bathroom door on the south wall of the hallway. As I approached the room, I could see a body. later identified as Kernodle's, laying on the floor. Kernodle was deceased with wounds which appeared to have been caused by an edged weapon. Also in the room was a male, later identified as Ethan Chapin, hereafter Chapin. Chapin was also deceased with wounds, later determined. Autopsy report provided by Spokane, redacted. All right, so we don't see the autopsy report. And by the way, can I just say, before we continue reading this, my prayers go out to these families. This is very hard to hear. And if you're triggered by violent descriptions, you might want to not listen to this. So protect your heart if you need to. County medical examiner, to be caused by sharp force injuries. I then followed O.F. Smith upstairs to the third floor of the residence. The third floor consisted of 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. The bedroom on the west side of the floor was later determined to be Kaylee Gonsalves's, hereafter Gonsalves room. I later learned from review of Officer Noon's body camera, there was a dog in the room when Moscow police officers initially responded. The dog belonged to Gonsalves and her ex-boyfriend, Jack Decour. I found out from my interview with Jack Decour on November 13th, 2022, that he and Gonsalves shared the dog. OFC Smith then pointed out a small bathroom on the east side of the third floor. This bathroom shared a wall with Madison Mogan's, hereafter Mogan bedroom, which was situated on the southeast corner of the third floor. As I entered this bedroom, I could see 2 females in the single bed in the room. Both Gonsalves and Mogan were deceased with visible stab wounds. I also later noticed what appeared to be a tan leather knife sheath laying on the bed next to Mogan's right side when viewed from the door. The sheath was later processed and had K-Bar, USMC, and the United States Marine Corps Eagle Globe and Anchor insignia stamped on the outside of it. The Idaho State Lab later located a single source of male DNA suspect profile left on the button snap of the knife sheath. Oh no.
Touch DNA.
Touch DNA. Although being on the button snap of the knife sheath is a pretty good location.
Yeah, but the problem is if it's not blood or something, Brian's gonna have a pretty good defense saying like maybe he did own this knife, but he gave it or he threw it away or something like that. That's gonna give him a real good defense. Corroborating it with the cell phone pinging of his location, that'll probably be enough. But that's the police got real lucky then.
As part of the investigation, numerous interviews were conducted by Moscow Police Department officers, Idaho State Police detectives, and FBI agents. 2 of the interviews included BF and DM. Oh, those are the roommates.
The 2 surviving roommates, Dylan and I can't remember the other one's name.
Yeah, me either. Were inside the King Road residence at the time of the homicides and were roommates to the victims. BF's bedroom was located on the east side of the first floor of the King Road residence. Based on numerous interviews conducted by MPD officers, ISP detectives, and FBI agents, as well as my review of the evidence, I've learned the following. On the evening of November 12th, Chapin and Kernodle are seen by BF at the Sigma Chi House on the University of Idaho campus at 735 Nez Perce Drive from approximately 9 p.m. on November 12th to 1:45 a.m. on November 13th. BF also estimated that at approximately 1:45 a.m., Chapin and Kernodle returned to the King Road residence. BF also stated that Chapin did not live in the King Road residence, but was a guest. Gonsalves and Mogan were at a local bar, the Corner Club, on 202 North Main Street in Moscow. Gonsalves and Mogan can be seen on video footage, which we've all seen. The Grub Truck live streams video from their food truck on the streaming platform Twitch, which is available for public viewing on their website. This video was captured by law enforcement. A private party, redacted, reported that he provided a ride to Gonsalves and Mogan approximately 1:56 a.m. from downtown Moscow in front of the Grub Truck to King Road residence. DM and BF both made statements during interviews that indicated the occupants of King Road residence were at home by 2 a.m. and asleep, or at least in their rooms by approximately 4 a.m. This is with the exception of Kernodle, who received a DoorDash order at the residence at approximately 4 a.m. Really? What? Who was there to get it? DM stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the second floor. DM stated she was awoken at approximately 4 a.m. by what she stated sounded like Gonsalves playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms, which were located on the third floor. A short time later, DM said She heard who she thought was Gonsalves say something to the effect of, "There's someone here." A review of records obtained from a forensic download of Kernodle's phone showed this could also have been Kernodle, as her cellular phone indicated she was likely awake and using the TikTok app at approximately 4:12 a.m. DM stated she looked out of her bedroom but did not see anything when she heard the comment about someone being in the house. DM stated she opened her door a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Kernodle's room. DM then said she heard a male voice say something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." At approximately 4:17 a.m., a security camera located at 1112 King Road, a residence immediately to the northwest of 1122 King Road, picked up a distorted audio of what sounded like voices or a whimper followed by a loud thud. A dog can also be heard barking numerous times starting at 4:17 a.m. The security camera is less than 50 feet from the west wall of Kernodle's bedroom. DM stated she opened her door for the third time after she heard the crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. DM described the figure as 5'10" or taller, male, not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. The male walked past DM as she stood in a frozen shock phase. The male walked towards the back sliding glass door. DM locked herself in her room after seeing the male. DM did not state that she recognized the male. This leads investigators to believe that the murderer left the scene. She didn't call the cops? The combination of DM's statements to law enforcement, reviews of forensic downloads, and records from BF and DM's phone and video of a suspect video, as described below, leads investigators to believe the homicides occurred between 4 a.m. and 4:25 a.m. During the processing of the crime scene, investigators found a latent shoe print. This was located during the second processing of the crime scene by the ISP forensic team by first using a presumptive blood test and then aminoblack, a protein stain that detects the presence of cellular material. The detected shoe print showed a diamond-shaped pattern similar to the pattern of a Vans-type shoe sole just outside the door of DM's bedroom, located on second floor. This is consistent with DM's statement regarding the suspect's path of travel. As a part of the investigation, an extensive search, commonly referred to in law enforcement as a video canvass, was conducted in the area of the King Road residence. This video canvass was to obtain any footage from the early morning hours of November 13, 2022 in the area of the King Road residence and surrounding neighborhoods in an effort to locate the suspect or suspect's vehicle traveling or leaving from the King Road residence. This video canvass resulted in the collection of numerous surveillance videos in the area from both residential and business addresses. I have reviewed numerous videos that were collected and have had conversations with other MPD officers, ISP detectives, and FBI agents that are similarly reviewing footage that was obtained. A review of camera footage indicated that a white sedan, hereafter suspect vehicle 1, was observed traveling westbound in the 700 block of Indian Hills Drive in Moscow at approximately 3:26 a.m. and westbound on Steiner Avenue at Idaho State Highway 95 in Moscow at approximately 3:28 a.m. On this video, it appeared suspect vehicle 1 was not displaying a front license plate. A review of the footage from multiple videos obtained from the King Road neighborhood showed multiple sightings of suspect vehicle 1, starting at 3:29 a.m. and ending at 4:20 a.m. These sightings show suspect vehicle 1 makes an initial 3 passes by the 1122 King Road residence and then leave via Walenta Drive. Based off my experience, hey Josh, can you pull up that map? You know,
which one?
You had a map you were looking at that had the streets around the house, so that we can go back and look at where they got this video footage from.
There is a map to the bottom of this affidavit.
There is.
I can get a look
perfect.
though. But you want like the overhead view or the Google Street View or something?
Maybe, yeah. Based off my experience as a patrol officer, this is a residential neighborhood with a very limited number of vehicles that travel in the area during the early morning hours. Upon review of the video, there are only a few cars that enter and exit this area during this time frame. Suspect vehicle 1 can be seen entering the area a 4th time and at approximately 4:04 a.m. It can be seen driving eastbound on King Road, stopping and turning.
One of the maps.
All right, cool. Stopping and turning around in the front of 500 Queen Road, number 52, and then driving back westbound on King Road. When suspect vehicle 1 is in front of the King Road residence, it appeared to unsuccessfully attempt to park or turn around in the road. The vehicle then continued to the intersection of Queen Road and King Road, where it can be seen completing a 3-point turn and then driving eastbound again down Queen Road. Suspect vehicle 1 is next seen departing the area of the King Road residence at approximately 4:20 a.m. at a high rate of speed. Suspect vehicle 1 is next observed traveling southbound on Willenta Drive. Based on my knowledge of the area and review of camera footage in the neighborhood that does not show suspect vehicle 1 during that time frame, I believe that suspect vehicle 1 likely exited the neighborhood at Palouse River Drive and Conestoga Drive. Palouse River Drive is at the southern edge of Moscow and proceeds into Whitman County, Washington. Eventually, the road leads to Pullman, Washington. Pullman, Washington is approximately 10 miles from Moscow, Idaho. Both Pullman and Moscow are small college towns, and people commonly travel back and forth between them. Wow, I have to take a break here for a second. I've been reading for a while, and I've probably missed 100 chats.
This is insane compared to what was originally
to
released.
what we were told.
Yeah, it's very different. Like, wait, so they're saying that Dylan saw the person exiting and they just walked past her. She froze. Why didn't she do anything until
11 the next day?
Yeah.
11.
Oh wait, if she passed out and was lying in the kitchen and then her roommates found her and that's the call for the unconscious woman, that might make sense.
She didn't pass out. She said she went back into her room.
That's true. That's true. But is her report accurate? People don't always report things as accurately
I'm sorry.
as possible.
So now we know.
But no, it doesn't make any sense. You're right.
The roommates completely lied. They said they didn't hear anything. They said they didn't hear anything. She woke up 3 times, checked 3 times,
Why
knew
wouldn't
there
they
was
call the
someone in the
police
house.
if you saw someone leaving in a mask in your house, like a mask, literally a burglar? Like they didn't have to think it was a murder, but they would have thought it was a
And in
burglar,
a
or
mask.
perhaps
Hearing
like
crying.
It doesn't make any sense. Like this report, I had to double check to see if this was actually the one. They were not some sort of elaborate prank.
No, it's on the Idaho
crazy.
government website.
I know
You can see the
insane.
HTTP right there. Flux says, "Well, fork." I don't know what that means. Ocean
She's
Way.
being polite.
Oh,
She doesn't
well,
want to use a curse word.
Oh, I got it. Why is no one talking about how he was caught? The government. Well, we might get there. The government could easily frame someone with the 23andMe DNA stuff. Don't submit your DNA to companies. I wholly agree with that. Do not submit your DNA. But but you're screwed because if anyone you're related to does, you're screwed. That's how they may have caught him, was through a relative. Ocean Way, what is your email? I'd love for you to report on something. Also, Josh needs to model. Megan, you look so pretty today. Thank you. Thanks for all you do. Stay hydrated and take D3K2. What does that mean? I don't know what that means.
I don't know.
I don't know what that. I'm sorry. I don't know what that means. Sorry. I just had to take a break from reading that because it's several pages and I'm trying to process what the hell I just read. So let's go back over it, and we're reading what I believe is the affidavit. It's on the Idaho website.
I'm really concerned about the first redacted page.
Yeah, me too.
It sounds like somebody was torn apart to a degree that they do not want to share with the public. And specifically, it's. I've already heard some rumors, which would seem unrealistic and unreasonable, but some of the details in this are not correct, but they're matching. Like the fact that the thing that was found was the sheath, the weapon sheath. And in those ones, they had Ethan as being a particular victim of something horrendous, like that I won't subject you or the chat to.
Law and Crime is coming on live. Hold on a second. Let's just see if they're just going to show us old stuff or what.
Seems like they're just on the same.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Law and Crime Network. I'm Jesse Weber. We have breaking news for you, and that is that the probable cause affidavit in the Idaho 4 murder case has officially been released, and we are learning new details about what led police to arrest suspect Bryan Kohberger. Talking about him for a minute, he's expected to appear in court today after being extradited back to Idaho. He's accused of 4 counts of first-degree murder. He's also facing a burglary charge. We know that the suspect arrived yesterday evening to the Latah County Jail hours after authorities flew him out from Pennsylvania.
Welcome to the stream.
Booked. And a lot of people across
how's it going?
interested in
Good.
this
How are
case.
you? This is Josh.
More questions. So please submit them.
You might remember me like this. Maybe.
Oh, that's Josh. All right. How you doing?
Yeah, same person.
I think that they're just going to talk about what we're already reading. So I'm not going to, I'm not going to listen to them. I'm going to go, Steve, we have the arrest affidavit and it is
It's shocking.
It's shocking.
Oh, really? Let's see it. I've heard nothing up to this point. I just came in after something I just got done with. So summarize what we're dealing with.
All right, Josh, why don't you go ahead and do that? My sister's asking for a link. She wants to get in here. So I'm going to go do that. You summarize.
Basically, so the affidavit's come out. It's in the private link chat. I think you should be able to see it if you want to read through it yourself. There is one page that is redacted, which seems to be the details of Ethan and Zana. It's my opinion that probably they were the most brutally murdered in this case and probably dismembered and something maybe very sadistic that I've heard before, which matches with one of the details, which is they found a brown K-bar sheath weapon. The sheath of the knife is what they found, and they found DNA traces on the button of that, the clip button. So it seems to be touch DNA or something similar. Maybe excellent. Oils from their hands, which seem to have linked him to the case. It seems that a detail that wasn't brought forward previously was that one of the surviving roommates, Dylan, actually saw the murderer as they were leaving the house dressed in black with a face mask. She froze and then apparently went down to her room, locked the door, and then fell asleep and didn't call police until 12 the next morning.
I mean,
which is
you've got to be kidding me.
Like, why would you not do anything? I don't understand.
Stephanie, if you're listening, I cannot send it to you on my phone because I don't know what the hell I did with my phone. Check your email. It's on.
Can you see the links, Steve? Or I can relink them. Sometimes you have to
relink it, please, because when you come on to StreamYard, it doesn't have the old links.
Yeah, it might be a bit hard to access. I think the entire internet. I was one of the first people to get it, so I have it downloaded to my computer. But it seems like some people are having some difficulty getting it because
service is unavailable
right now.
Yeah, it's unavailable.
Do you have an email? I can email it to you. I saved it.
Yeah, email it to me.
I got it.
Do you want to post your email in the private chat?
Okay.
We are at, so here we are. We are on page 8. Oh, and Steve, another thing that happened is they got video footage of the car, the white car, going past the house 3 times around 3:30 a.m. in the morning, going past, turning around, 3-point turn, and then at around 4 a.m., around the time of the murders, they saw the car try to park and have some kind of difficulty. And then the car left at a high rate of speed around 4:20. And they think those murders occurred between 4 and 4:20. And that's when the roommate says she saw the man in the black mask walking past her. Now, I would like to point out, Steve, you and I have talked about the other unsolved stabbings that are not too far away. In one of them, the stabbing in Portland, the roommate interrupted, and it was a man in a black mask. That was
I remember that. Mm-hmm.
You remember that?
Yes. Yeah, again, I was going to bring that up. I'll take a look at it.
Okay, so...
Well, why don't you go through it? I read extremely fast, so... I'll read it, and as you go through it. Oh, there's Stephanie. I have something to talk about.
Stephanie, your camera doesn't appear to be working, and I hope that you have headphones today. If
that's a sister.
This is my sister, Stephanie Kimbrell. She's an attorney also, but she has very bad technical issues usually.
I got it.
And so I don't even see her. So, all right, we're going to keep reading. All right.
Can you hear me, Meg?
I can hear you, but I can't see you. But hey, at least you sound pretty good.
Hi, everyone. Sorry you can't see me. I promise my camera's on.
The chat, by the way, loves you, and they have missed you a lot.
Hi, chat. Love you all.
We're very sorry that that your tech is not working properly. But whatever, your sound is good. So let's just be thankful for small things. All right.
Okay.
Law enforcement officers provided video footage of suspect vehicle 1 to forensic examiners with the Federal Bureau of Investigation that regularly utilized surveillance footage to identify the year, make, and model of an unknown vehicle that is observed by one or more cameras during the commission of a criminal offense. The forensic examiner has approximately 35 years law enforcement experience with 12 years at the FBI. His specific training includes identifying unique characteristics of vehicles, and he uses a database that gives visual clues of vehicles across across states to identify differences between vehicles. After reviewing the numerous observations of suspect vehicle 1, the forensic examiner initially believed that suspect vehicle 1 was a 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra. Upon further review, he indicated it could also be a 2011 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra. As a result, investigators have been reviewing information on persons in possession of a vehicle that is a 2011 to 2016 white Hyundai Elantra. Investigators were given access to video footage on the Washington State University WSU campus located in Pullman, Washington. A review of that video indicated that at approximately 2:44 a.m. on November 13, 2022, a white sedan, which was consistent with the description of the white Elantra known as suspect vehicle 1, was observed on WSU surveillance cameras traveling north on Southeast Nevada Street at Northeast Stadium Way. At approximately 2:53 a.m., a white sedan, which is consistent with the description of the white Elantra, known as suspect vehicle 1, was observed traveling southeast on Nevada Street in Pullman, Washington towards SR 270. SR 270 connects Pullman, Washington to Moscow, Idaho. This camera footage from Pullman, Washington was provided to the same FBI forensic examiner. The forensic examiner identified the vehicle observed in Pullman, Washington as being a 2014 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra. At approximately 5:25 a.m., a white sedan, which was consistent with the description of suspect vehicle 1, was observed on 5 cameras in Pullman, Washington, and on WSU campus cameras. The first camera that recorded the white sedan was located at 1300 Johnson Road in Pullman. The white sedan was observed traveling northbound on Johnson Road. Johnson Road leads directly back to West Palouse River Drive in Moscow, which intersects with Conestoga Drive. The white sedan was observed turning north on Bishop Boulevard and northwest on SR 270. At approximately 5:27 a.m., the white Elantra was observed on cameras traveling northbound on Stadium Way at Nevada Street, Stadium Way at Grimes Way, Stadium Drive at Wilson Road. Depiction showing Moscow and Pullman. Boy, this is a terrible picture. I don't know what I'm looking at.
I sent you a picture. It's a New York Post one that it might be better for the map. It's just
the one that you sent in the
second link in the private chat.
In the private chat. Okay, hold on.
It might be better for referencing.
Okay, let's see.
Obviously, the notes.
This is way better. This is way better.
The note. This is an old map. It doesn't have any of the notes, but it's just a map of the area.
Okay. All right. Gotcha. We'll go back to that when we break this down. Somebody needs to recreate the scene that they're describing on like some kind of Sims thing so that we can see the movements of the car. I know someone will do that.
All you need to do is go on Google Maps and then type in the Moscow, Idaho, and then go to the other, and it shows you a line how short the drive is.
How short the distance. Well, we know, it's very short.
On Google Earth, they blurred out the house.
I heard that.
When I checked, there it was. They blurred out the entire house.
So by November 25th, so they already knew about this Elantra right away, really. I mean, by November, so they had a lot of information
It's the
November.
touch DNA that came back. I want to show you. I'm reading ahead, actually. I'm on page 9.
Oh, that's what, I'm just on page 10.
What do you think the likelihood he's going to say that he recently sold the knife coming up as an defense?
Probably.
That's true, but then you have the vehicle evidence, which is really tough. And the vehicle rate of travel. Let's
the cell phone pings as well.
Do they have cell phone pings? I haven't read.
They did. Well, they. I'm not sure about on the night in question, but they had cell phone pings in the weeks prior, which were matching up with the girls. Like
you guys are killing me because you've read ahead and I haven't.
All right.
On November 25th, MPD asked law enforcement agencies to be on the lookout for white Hyundai Elantras in the area. On November 29th, at approximately 12:28 a.m., Washington State University police officer Daniel Tiengo queried white Elantras registered at WSU. As a result of that query, he located a 2015 white Elantra with a Pennsylvania license plate. This vehicle was registered to Bryan Kohberger, hereafter Kohberger, residing on Valley Road, which is approximately 3/4 of a mile from the intersection of Stadium Way and Cougar Way, last camera location that picked up the white Elantra. The same day, approximately 12:58 a.m., WSU officer Curtis Whitman was looking for a white Hyundai Elantras and located a 2015 white Hyundai Elantra at North Valley Road in Pullman in the parking lot. 1630 Northeast Valley Road is an apartment complex that houses WSU students. Officer Whitman also ran the car and it returned to Kohberger with a Washington tag. I reviewed Kohberger's Washington. See, he changed the tag 5 days after the murders, apparently. That's what was reported in the news. We didn't even get to that yet. I reviewed Kohberger's Washington state driver's license information and photograph. His license indicates that Kohberger is a white male with a height of 6 feet and weighs 185 pounds. Additionally, the photograph of Kohberger shows that he has bushy eyebrows. Kohberger's physical description, I might die of shame if that was in a affidavit about me. And she has bushy eyebrows. Kohberger's physical description is consistent with the description of a male DM saw inside the King Road residence on November 13th. Further investigation, including a review of Leda County Sheriff's Deputy CPL Duke's body cam and reports, showed that on August 21st, 2022, Bryan Kohberger was detained as part of a traffic stop that occurred in Moscow, Idaho by CPL Duke. At the time, Kohberger, who was the sole occupant, was driving a white 2015 Hyundai Elantra with Pennsylvania plate, which was set to expire on November 30th. During the stop, which was recorded via a law enforcement body camera, Kohberger provided his phone number, hereafter the 8458 phone, as his cellular telephone number. Investigators conducted electronic database queries and learned that the 8458 phone is a number issued by AT&T. On October 14th, 2022, Bryan Kohberger was detained as part of a traffic stop by a WSU police officer. Upon review of that body cam and report of the stop, Kohberger was the sole occupant and was driving a white 2015 Hyundai Elantra with the Pennsylvania plate. On November 18th, according to Washington state licensing, Kohberger registered the 2015 white Elantra with Washington and later received Washington plate. Prior to this time, which is a different plate number than the Pennsylvania one, prior to this time, the 2015 white Elantra was registered in Pennsylvania, which does not require a front license plate to be displayed. This was learned through communications with a Pennsylvania officer who is currently certified in the state of Pennsylvania. Based on my own experience in communication with Washington law enforcement, I know that Idaho and Washington require front and back license plates to be displayed. Investigators believe that Kohberger is still driving the 2015 white Elantra because his vehicle was captured on December 13th, 2022 by a license plate reader in Loma, Colorado. Information provided by a query to a database. Kohberger's Elantra was then queried on December 15th by law enforcement in Hancock County in Indiana. Of course, so now we know they were looking for him because they were querying the plate. Although they could have done that after they pulled him over, I guess. On December 16th, at approximately 2:26 p.m., surveillance video showed Kohberger's Elantra in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. The sole occupant of the vehicle was a white male whose description was consistent with Kohberger. Kohberger, has family in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, learned through a TLO search and locate tool database query. Based on the information provided on the WSU website, Kohberger is currently a PhD student in criminology at Washington State University. Pursuant to records provided by a member of the interview panel for Pullman Police Department, we learned that Kohberger's past education included undergraduate degrees in psychology and cloud-based forensics. These records also show Kohberger wrote an essay when he applied for an internship with the Pullman Police Department in the fall of 2022. Kohberger wrote in his essay that he had interest in assisting rural law enforcement agencies with how to better collect and analyze technological data in public safety operations. Kohberger also posted a Reddit survey, which can be found in an open source internet search. The survey asked for participants to provide information to understand how emotions and psychological traits influence decision-making when committing a crime. As part of this investigation, law enforcement obtained search warrants to determine cellular devices that utilize cellular towers in close proximity to the King Road residence on November 13th between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. After determining that Kohberger was associated to both the 2015 white Elantra and the 8458 phone, investigators reviewed these search warrant returns. A query of the 8458 phone in these returns did not show the 8458 phone utilizing cellular tower resources in close proximity to the King Road residence between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. Based on my training, experience, and conversations with law enforcement officers that specialize in the utilization of cellular telephone records as part of investigations, individuals can either leave their cell phone telephone at a different location before committing a crime or turn their cellular telephone off prior to going on location to commit a crime. This is done by subjects in an effort to avoid alerting law enforcement that a cellular device associated with them was in a particular area where a crime is committed. I also know that on numerous occasions, subjects will surveil an area where they intend to commit a crime prior to the date of the crime. Depending on the circumstances, this could be done a few days before or for several months prior to the commission of a crime. During these types of surveillance, it is possible that an individual would not leave their cellular telephone at a separate location or turn it off, since they did not plan to commit the offense on that particular day. On December 23rd, 2022, I applied for and was granted a search warrant for historical phone records between November 12th, 2022 at 12 a.m. and November 14th at 12 a.m. for the 8458 phone held by the phone provider, approximately 24 hours preceding the following times of the homicide. I would have gone back a lot further, just to be sure. On December 23rd, pursuant to that search warrant, I received records for the 8458 phone from AT&T. These records indicated that the 8458 phone is subscribed to Bryan Kohberger at an address in Albrightsville, and the account has been opened since June of 2022. These records also include historical cell site location information, CSLI, for the 8458 phone. After receiving this information, I consulted with an FBI special agent that is certified as a member of the Cellular Analysis Survey Team. Members of CAST are certified with the FBI to provide expert testimony in the field of historical CSLI and are required to pass extensive tests, blah, blah, blah. 15 years of law enforcement. I was able to determine estimate locations for the 8458 phone from November 12th to November 13th, the time period authorized by the court. On November 13th, at approximately 2:42 a.m., the 8458 phone was utilizing cellular resources that provide coverage to 1630 Northeast Valley Road in Pullman, hereafter the Kohberger residence. At approximately 2:47 a.m., the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources that provided coverage southeast of the Kohberger residence, consistent with the 8458 phone leaving the Kohberger residence and traveling south through Pullman. This is consistent with the movement of the white Elantra. At approximately 2:47 a.m., the 8458 phone stops reporting to the network, which is consistent with either the phone being in an area without cellular coverage, the connection to the network is disabled, such as putting the phone in airplane mode, or that the phone is turned off. The 8458 phone does not report to the network again until approximately 4:48 a.m., at which time it utilized cellular resources that provided coverage to ID State Highway 95 south of Moscow, near Blaine, Idaho, north of Genesee, between 4:50 and 5:26 a.m. The phone utilizes cellular resources that are consistent with the 8458 phone traveling south on ID State Highway 95 to Genesee ID, then traveling west to Uniontown ID, and then north back to Pullman, Washington. At approximately 5:30 a.m., the 8458 phone is utilizing resources that provide coverage to Pullman, Washington, and consistent with the phone traveling back to the Kohberger residence. The 8458 phone's movements are consistent with the movements of the white Elantra that is observed traveling north on Stadium Drive at approximately 5:27 a.m. Based on a review of the 8458 phone's estimated locations and travel, the phone's travel is consistent with that of the white Elantra. Further review indicated that the phone utilized cellular resources on November 13th, 2022 that are consistent with the phone leaving the area of the Kohberger residence at approximately 9 a.m. and traveling to Moscow. Specifically, the phone utilized cellular resources that would provide coverage to the King Road residence between 9:12 a.m. and 9:21. So he went back the next morning, or that morning? Because that was the morning they were found, right? Or no, that was before. That was before.
13th. It was before.
That was before. So this is what they were looking for, was stalking.
No.
The phone next utilized cellular resources that are consistent with the 8458 phone traveling back to the area of the Kohberger residence, arriving at the area at approximately 9:32. So he leaves on the morning of the 13th at 9, goes to nearby to the King Road residence at by 9:12, and is back home by 9:32. Below is a depiction, not scale, of the possible route taken based off of cellular site locations. All right, possible route.
It's pretty roundabout.
Very.
Just cross-reference that with the picture so I can see better quality. Well, they might not be at the same it might be in this not the same cardinal direction, so maybe it's not the best to use that one.
Holy crap, you guys! This is nuts. All right,
this is insane. Like
I'm
different to what reported. Yeah. Oh, you know what I just thought about?
What?
The internet people that have been harassing like all the random people, they're going to think that Dylan is an accessory at this point.
Well, yeah.
Like, I mean, her actions are very strange, right? Like, but why would she report that she saw anyone at all instead of just look through it if she was actually like an accomplice, which I don't think that she is. But she's going to get hounded from now on. Like, I can see it already.
I think her actions are extremely bizarre.
It's strange, but not consistent with being a accomplice, in my opinion.
Right, but it's still weird.
It's very, very weird. Yeah,
it's super weird.
People deal with different things in different ways, but yeah, to lock yourself in your bed with assume you'd have your phone.
Yeah, she had her phone. Why didn't she call 911?
You saw a guy in a mask and you didn't.
Insane.
And you heard crying, and you heard.
No.
Unless she literally went home, locked her door, and fainted. Which
maybe she was drunk or high.
Possibly. That's what the chat is saying. She was still drunk. But even if you were drunk, I don't know.
But she was sober enough to recognize the danger, the threat.
I think it's bizarre. I cannot imagine what she was thinking not to call 911. I totally understand locking yourself in your room. Sure.
Yeah.
But pick up your phone that you're on constantly anyways and call 911.
Yeah.
What? That is bizarre. I cannot. It is bizarre. That is truly, and then go back to sleep without investigating what's going on in your house?
It's totally bizarre. Well, maybe what explains it is that this is the party house and they are very used to people coming and going. But would you be used to someone going in a mask? Like coming back?
No. At 4:00 in the morning.
And I wonder, did he see her? Was he walking towards her or away from her? He must have been walking towards her for her to see a mask. Walking
past the staircase. If he was leaving, that would imply that they went to the upstairs bedroom first and then went downstairs, I believe.
Was she looking out from down the stairs? So she was looking up.
It doesn't quite make sense in the story because her bedroom is on the first floor, not the second floor. So it would make the most sense if she was. But she said that she watched him walk out the door, right? So she would have to be in the kitchen or on at least at the top of the staircase.
We're gonna have to go back at some point and reread her account just to get that down.
Can I ask Stephen a quick question?
Sure.
Of course.
Okay, so when it's going back to page 2. So the first person described was Zana. So it says Canoodle, which is Zana. Zana was deceased with wounds which appeared to have been caused by an edged weapon. So that's her description of how she was murdered. Now page 2 is redacted, which I assume is a very gruesome detail of what happened to Ethan. But then it doesn't say this. I would assume that they would end the sentence the same way if they were murdered in the same way. Whereas it says county medical examiner dated 15th December to be caused by sharp force injuries. Why would they have a difference in the description of the death unless there was something maybe extra done to Ethan? And is that just conjecture on my part, or do you have any information on that?
I think that's probably conjecture. I would say that it's hard to read into what it is, and it's people writing. I've got a few observations here, and I logged off. I finished the affidavit. I read it through, and then I wanted to find somewhere in my house, I have a K-bar with a marine sheath like this. And so I wanted to bring it on for your show to show exactly.
Oh, hold on. Let me make you big so that we can.
I don't have it with me.
I thought you had it.
No, that's why I went off, because I was looking for it. I don't know where it is. It's in a toolbox somewhere, but I don't know. I'll find it. I was really wanted to show you because the evidence, the key evidence.
And your K-bar weapon that is exactly described in the affidavit just happens to be missing. That's a little bit suspicious.
It is. I know. And there is suspicious. There is a meme going around that it was really me doing these things.
Hey, I admit me too. Look at that. People have been accusing me of this the whole time.
I admit to nothing. But I do have, but it's a very common knife, actually. It's a K-bar. It's a Marine issued World War II issue knife that's actually on, I think it's on the Iwo Jima Memorial. The knife is actually on the bronze sculpture there. It's a very famous knife. It's an excellent weapon. And I do have they're sold. You can go and buy one right now. They're legendary. And I wanted to show you the button because forget everything else in this entire affidavit. The only thing that matters to me as a defense attorney is the touch DNA on the button of the knife sheath.
We don't know it's specifically touch DNA, obviously, but
it just said DNA.
It just says
yeah,
we can assume
it is touch. It's going to be touch DNA, I would think, or it might be blood. I don't know. But that is the key. That is the key bit of evidence. Okay, because none of these other things. If you had everything else but did not have that DNA link, you would have not guilty. All right. The other stuff is circumstantial evidence and evidence of non-exclusion is what I would say. So, for example, the eyewitness. So the eyewitness identification is consistent with the defendant in this case, right? So she saw what is probably the murderer dressed in all black with a certain build, a certain height, and a certain eyebrow description, all right? That excludes many other suspects, but that does not exclude the defendant in this case. So the way this should be termed by a good prosecutor is that the witness identification is consistent with the accused, with the accused, Mr. whatever his name is, Mr. Defendant, right? So the eyewitness is consistent with. The cell phone data is very inculpatory. It's very suspect, but it is not beyond a reasonable doubt. But what it does is it shows a pattern that is consistent with guilt on the part of the defendant. Similarly, if they're probably going to find him wearing some Vans, I would be very suspicious of shoe print evidence and tool mark evidence saying this is a match. They won't be able to, they really scientifically cannot say it's a match. What they could say, though, is he wears this size shoes, he has this particular van, and this is consistent with the accused Mr. Defendant, right? So all of these things, you can say consistent, circumstantial, his white car, he owns a white Elantra, that was seen in the scene. All of those are consistent. But if you had all of that, that would not be guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The touch DNA on the button of the knife, that is the key link. That is everything, as far as I'm concerned, for the defense has to attack and explain, and the prosecution is going to want to ride that fact all the way to the guilty verdict. So that's my initial analysis.
It's insane to think if he'd actually taken that with him when he left, that this would probably be, well, I mean, maybe not probably, but could very likely be a getaway verdict.
Well, it seems like I missed something really important here.
Yes, I linked you the affidavit in Twitter. Yes. Vices. We just read through it. It's quite shocking, actually.
It's very shocking, Jeff.
One of the girls actually saw him or reported seeing him leaving the residence dressed in she froze. He walked past her
in a black
mask. Was dressed in black with a black mask. And then she went down, locked herself in a room, and didn't call the police until the next lunchtime.
Wow. Well, for me and everybody I just brought here with me, can we get a TLDR?
Yes. Let's do that. Let's recap. Okay.
Sorry to derail everything with my 2 hour.
No, that's okay. But here we're going over the arrest affidavit now. I actually do not know the status of the hearing at this moment. I just looked it up, and it's finally on the docket. So it is there, and we'll go over that as soon as we're done with this arrest affidavit as well. We don't, according to reports in the media, they have cameras in the courtroom, but we won't get to see the footage until after it's over, and then the media will broadcast it afterwards. That's what we've been told. We are going over the arrest affidavit. Major points to remember and to point out is that one of the surviving roommates appears to have seen the killer at between 4 and 4:20 a.m., walking through the house, wearing a black mask, and leaving the house, exiting. She also woke up 3 times during the murders, hearing sounds that sounded like Kaylee playing with a dog upstairs, possibly. Then she heard whimpering, crying, and a man's voice saying, "It's okay, I'm going to help you," something like that. And then, and 3 times she said she stuck her head out her door listening. And also there was something very strange in the affidavit about one of the girls, Kernodle, Xana, getting a food delivery at 4 a.m., which is, we have to go back to that too. The time frame
is actually really tight for that, because he may have arrived 20 minutes after that. It's quite crazy to think about. And one of the girls was using TikTok up until minutes
before. Yeah. Good God, did it get recorded? I mean, we don't know, but the roommate checked 3 times, hearing strange noises, and heard one of the girls say there's someone in the house. She never came out of her room. She just like opened the door, poked her head out, went back in her room, opened the door, poked her head out, went back in the room. The last time she opened the door, poked her head out, she saw a man in black in a black mask leaving the house. That was around 4:17, 4:20. We'll go back over it when we're finished with the affidavit. We have also discovered that the FBI tracked, with the help of the FBI, they tracked the phone, his phone. His phone was not pinging off any towers during the time of the murder. It didn't come back online until after the murders, when it came back on in another part of town, headed back to Pullman around 5 something, right? 4:30 to 5.
That's interesting.
He took
that's like negative evidence, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It's on and then it's off during the time the murders, and then it's on again after it's committed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but it also seemed like he returned to the residence at like 9 a.m. about 5 hours later.
No,
like,
he earlier in the day, on the day of the murders, on the 13th, they got permission, a warrant to go after his phone records from previous to see if he was stalking the victims. And they found that on the morning of November 13th, the day that the night that he killed that. Wait a minute.
No, I think it happened. No, I think it happened on the 13th, didn't it? So
on the 13th. That means
morning
after they were killed. So they didn't find any stalking. They found he came back to the scene of the crime at 9 something in the morning.
I don't know. I have to reread that part.
Yes, that's what it said. It said November 13th at 9:28 in the morning.
Yeah, okay.
He went to the house. The phone registers that he went from his house in Pullman to it was pinging off near the King Road residence, and then he went back to Pullman. So
that's something Meme and I were talking about a few days ago. Is how that's very, very common, is to go back and watch the aftermath. Watch what's happening. Watch the authorities arrive.
Everybody knows the line. Everybody knows the line. They always return to the scene of the crime.
However, he probably was very disappointed because there was no scene of the crime until 11:30, 12 o'clock. No one had called the police. I wonder if
could that potentially be the reason he left Dylan alone, because he surely would have seen her.
Because he wanted her to call the police?
Maybe.
Who knows?
I mean, if the only DNA evidence is the touch evidence on the thing, then that means that he went through the entire activity without sustaining an injury. He probably was fairly confident he was getting away with everything. I assume that he went
had
home,
the
burned
knife
those clothes
the whole
first.
time.
No, they have
the sheath.
It's a K-bar with a leather sheath, and his DNA is on the button of the sheath. I have one around here. I gotta find this thing. It's killing me.
So the other thing,
Steve's knife mysteriously goes missing.
And now
we found. Interesting.
The other thing.
Everybody on my chat always says Steve did it. That's been a mantra on my.
And now his knife is missing. The sheath was found in Kaylee in Madison's bedroom, next to Madison, next to her. So the sheath was found next to her. The details of Ethan's injuries were completely redacted. We believe that that's possibly because the nature of it is just too much for they don't want to release it. They blanked out the entire page of what happened to Ethan, which is so sad, and I'm so sorry.
Wow. Well, that's very interesting. So that explains why they randomly called a fixed blade knife a K-bar through the entire, like a K-bar style knife, because it was a K-bar.
And everyone was wondering why are they calling it a K-bar when they don't have the knife? But now we know because the sheath said so.
Because K-bar is a very, very specific knife. Yeah. I mean, it's a Marine Corps issued knife. Which
how many more pages do we? All right, we only have a few more pages. Many. Let's just
get short too.
Let's keep getting through this. Let's see. Based on my training and experience, the facts of the investigation thus far, I believe that Kohberger, the user of the phone, was likely the driver of the white Elantra that is observed departing Pullman, Washington, and that this vehicle is likely suspect vehicle 1. That's another thing, Jeff. They have the Elantra on video going back and forth in front of the house 3 times before stopping there, being there until through the murders, and then driving at a high rate of speed away from the house. Nice. So they have the video of the car, and it's his car without a front license plate because Pennsylvania doesn't require a front license plate. So it sounds like it's pretty good evidence that it's his car. Additionally, the route of travel of the phone during the early morning hours of November 13th and the lack of the phone reporting to AT&T between 2:47 a.m. and 4:48 a.m. is consistent with Kohberger attempting to conceal his location during the quadruple homicide that occurred at the King Road residence. On December 23rd, I was granted a search warrant for Kohberger's historical CSLI from June 23rd to current prospective location information and a pen register trap and trace on the phone to aid in efforts to determine if Kohberger stalked any of the victims in this case prior to the offense, conducted surveillance on the King Road residence, was in contact with any of the victims' associates before or after the alleged offense, any locations that may contain evidence of the murders that occurred on November 13th, the location of the white Elantra registered to Kohberger, as well as the location of Kohberger. Pursuant to that warrant, I received historical records from the phone, from AT&T, from the time the account was opened in June. After consulting with CAST-SA, I was able to determine estimated locations for the phone from June to the present, the time period authorized by the court. The records show the phone utilizing cellular resources that provided coverage to the area of 1122 King Road on at least 12 occasions prior to November 13th, 2022. Of course, could he have been at a restaurant nearby that he goes to all the time?
Yeah, I'd like to know what the coverage area is.
What's the coverage area?
Yeah.
All of these occasions, except for one, occurred in the late evening and early morning hours of their respective days. Oh, well, if there were no restaurants open, there goes that theory. One of these occasions on August 21, the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources providing coverage to the King Road residence from approximately 10:34 p.m. to 11:34 p.m. At approximately 11:37, Kohberger was stopped by Leda County Sheriff's Department CPL Duke, as mentioned above. The phone was utilizing cellular resources consistent with the location of the traffic stop during this time, Farm Road and Pullman Highway. Further analysis of the cellular data provided showed the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources on November 13th, consistent with the phone traveling from Pullman, Washington to Lewiston, Idaho, via Highway 195 at approximately 12:36 p.m. The phone utilized cellular resources that would provide coverage to Kate's Cup of Joe coffee stand located at 810 Port Drive, Clarkson, Washington. Surveillance footage from the U.S. Chef's store located at 820 Port Drive, Clarkson, Washington, and adjacent to Kate's Cup of Joe showed a white Elantra consistent with the suspect vehicle 1 drive past Kate's Cup of Joe at the time consistent with the cellular data from the 8458 phone. At approximately 12:46, the phone then utilized cellular data in the area of Albertson's grocery store at 400 Bridge Street in Clarkston, Washington. Surveillance footage obtained from the Albertsons shown Kohberger exit the white Elantra consistent with suspect vehicle 1 at approximately 12:49 p.m. Interior surveillance cameras showed Kohberger walk through the store, purchase unknown items at the checkout, and leave at approximately 1:04 p.m. Kohberger's possible path of travel is depicted below, not to scale. Again, these photographs are very dark and hard to see like what we're even looking at. So like, what's the point? Let's just move on. Additional analysis of records for the phone indicated that between approximately 5:32 and 5:36 p.m., the phone utilized cellular resources that provide coverage to Johnson, Idaho. The phone then stops reporting to the network from approximately 5:36 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. That is consistent with the phone being in the area that the phone traveled in the hours immediately following the suspected time the homicides occurred. It is? 5:36 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. That's not the time of the murders.
Could have just run out of power at this point.
On December 27th, Pennsylvania agents recovered the trash. Here we go. From the Kohberger family residence located in Albert. I knew it was going to be the trash. That evidence was sent to the Idaho State Lab for testing. On December 28th, the Idaho State Lab reported that a DNA profile obtained from the trash and the DNA profile obtained from the sheath identified a male as not being excluded as the biological father of suspect profile. At least 99, that's how they got the relative DNA, the trash. At least 99.9998% of the male population would be expected to be excluded from the possibility of being the suspect's biological father. Based on the above information, I'm requesting an arrest warrant to be issued for Bryan C. Kohberger for the murders of Madison Mogen, Kaylee Gonsalves, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin. All right, we did it. We got through it.
So what, other than the fingerprint, what DNA evidence did they find on the sheath?
They didn't say, they said they found something on a button. Like they just found DNA on a button. They didn't say specifically. We're assuming it's touch evidence.
Yeah. We're assuming it's touch evidence. They didn't specify.
That's what it came. That's what it may be. That's when you think about it. It's so crazy. Like it may have just come down to a button. Yeah. A button.
Joseph says, Steve, check your email. Pic of K-bar with sheath. I think Steve went to find it. He's really upset that he can't find his knife.
We can download pictures ourselves. We want to see the real one. That's the thing.
Wow, you guys, this is insanity.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty messed up. Like, it answers a lot, but then there's some more questions, right? Almost certainly he did it. Like, I feel like this is pretty good for the case. Yeah. But then no, go on. Just thinking. Late night thoughts.
This is why they're not giving Steve Gonsalves any information about it, because he would have blabbed this stuff to the high heavens.
Totally.
And that's why I was going off on the rant, and people were criticizing me for yelling at him to keep his effing mouth shut, to stop talking about stuff, because then they're just going to not give you anything,
right?
So because they don't want you blabbing about it. I mean, these, in my opinion, these police officers and the FBI agents, they need to be seriously commended for keeping all of this so close to their vest, giving out the incorrect and misleading information to the public in order to keep this close to their that's some amazing police work, and I think they handled that really, really well.
I'm
yes,
baffled.
Lauren,
I can't find my K-bar. Seriously missing.
If it turns out that it's Steve's K-bar and all, it gets traced back to Steve Gosney. This is going to be quite a story. Lauren, well, yes, I believe that's correct. They've been they were on to him since November 29th is what it sounds like. Yes.
So when they were searching for the car, they weren't searching for the car, I guess. They wanted to know where he was, I guess.
Yes.
Well, see, this is all kind of what we anticipated, though. There's DNA at the crime scene, and they've matched him. They pulled his trash. They identified him through DNA. They followed him. They pulled his trash. They matched him through DNA. They probably got a public DNA database to narrow the scope. They have the vehicle ID. We have this missing eyewitness, which is consistent with his look, right? So they have a profile of a tall, slim man with bushy eyebrows. So all of this here, I wanted to give you, this is not a K-bar.
Because you can't find it.
But this is I want to show you what this is, okay? So here's a beast of a knife. Okay, but this is similar to a K-bar.
That's not a knife.
Yeah, that's a knife. That is a knife. That is a knife. Okay, but this is consistent. It's a large knife. It's a weapon, and it's got a long blade. It's affixed. It's not a folder. Okay, now here's the sheath. Okay, so this is similar to what that they located. They did not locate the knife. They instead locate the sheath. So in order for a sheath to be secure, so here we have a snap, just like what exists on the K-bar. See right here? Right here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So if you have your knife, you open the knife with your hand, right? On this little button. Bing. Okay, there's the button. So there's DNA on that button. You pull the knife, drop that, kill, and leave the sheath behind with the DNA on the button. So the challenge for the defense is, how did your sheath of a K-bar, which is consistent with the killing wounds, find its way into the murder scene with your DNA on that snap?
I can't believe that's the only, Steve, the only physical evidence that they have there from him.
This isn't the K-bar. That is a BK. See the K-bar? CKA bar?
Yeah.
Okay, but this is a lighter design. I like this design better, actually.
But it's not as cool as the brown version.
The brown version, the marine knife is a little. It's not as big. It's a little bit thinner, and it has a leather sheath, and that's what I wanted to find because I have one.
Sure.
So I had one.
A lot of people are asking, like, I can't believe he left the sheath. Why did he leave the sheath? It probably just slipped his mind because he was probably like with all the adrenaline and it's dark and it's like a dark something. Like it's.
Steve, weren't you in Colorado in November?
I
That's
perhaps
pretty close to
I was
Idaho.
Colorado. I was within driving distance.
There's a super chat here. Meme, do you remember which social account that was on about a knife sheath? Was it either Papa Roger or Inside Looking? Can't remember which one.
I do remember this, but I'm a bit too tired to go through the records right now. But yes, I do recall that. I'm going to check it and I'll probably do a stream about it later.
We probably could have deduced it because for them to be specific about a K-bar marine knife is a very specific thing. And the fact
was very
that
interesting.
Not recover the weapon. So how did they know that this was a K-bar marine? I had that question. Of course, see, I'm not.
I was thinking from like wound depth, or perhaps like if it had like a serrated edge or something, maybe it would have left some sort of a unique exit wound.
That's faux science. There's no way to distinguish the. There's no way. And there are experts who will try to testify to that. The best that they can do is that these wounds are consistent with being used as a K-bar knife, but there's no way they could have identified a K-bar knife specifically. So,
if I recall correctly, they said K-bar style knife.
But
just the fact you would call it a K-bar style knife is
there were some that were just saying K-bar initially. That the police were asking for a K-bar knife. Anyone that are sold in the region recently after the arrest. After the night in question.
I have a question for Steve. Steve, wouldn't you think that with a murder as grisly as this, as violent as it had to be, as we're assuming it was with the stuff that was redacted, that there would be more than just touch DNA on the button of the sheath?
Yeah, that's what I think.
Yes,
Shouldn't there be more?
Very good question. This is Stephanie, right?
Yes, this is my sister, Stephanie Kimberly.
Email me, Stephanie. I have some specific questions for you about something unrelated. So email me when you get a chance.
Okay.
But the answer to that is yes. But see, here's the key. This is the arrest affidavit.
Right.
So they don't have to put everything in the arrest affidavit.
They're holding out. Yeah.
Okay. So there could be additional DNA evidence in the room. But see, here's the key. Explaining why your DNA is in the room will be easier than why your touch DNA is on the button of a murder weapon sheath.
Unless it's blood, unless the other DNA they have is blood.
Could be. That's correct. Very good.
I mean, if it's blood, how are you going to explain that?
He doesn't appear to have any injuries on him. I'm telling you.
It's been some time. It's been quite some time.
But if you're going to have you know how you get like even just
possible they're still running through evidence. Actually,
what I'm thinking of is defensive wounds on the victims. I mean, DNA like under fingernails or.
But he
else.
What I'm saying is he doesn't appear to be scratched or harmed in any way. He doesn't have any in his face, neck.
Yeah, but all of that would have healed from November 13th. A scratch would have healed.
Let me explain the significance of the K-bar too. Okay, so
does it have like a guard, like a blade guard on it?
Yes, exactly. See here, this knife has a very good grip. All right, so see here. Okay, so this is your grip, and see there's also right here how there's protection. So when I hold this knife, right, like this. All right. Now, usually when knife attacks happen, what happens is the knife, your hand slips here and you cut yourself on your own knife. Okay. But a weapon like this, and similar to the Marine K-bar, has a sheath, has a guard right here. And it's
the Marine K-bar has it on both sides as well.
Exactly. And it's a very good grippy knife. It was a Marine Corps issued knife for battle in the Pacific. And it was made for knife fighting, so it's made for killing. And it's
sweaty hands.
Sweaty hands. It has a leather. I'm really pissed that I can't find my K-bar. But it has a grippy handle. So what I'm saying is that normally knife attacks will contain wounds from just the use of the knife, because what happens, the blood gets on their hands and it becomes very slippery.
Yeah.
But in this type of weapon, this is designed to prevent that kind of injury. So it may be, and it's also a vicious weapon. If you get chopped with this beast, you are going to be a hurting person, right? And so the fact for somebody that they did say there were defensive wounds, what you might see is DNA on the under the fingernails,
right?
But what we're expecting though is blood of the defendant in the room. See, it's amazing, but it's possible that he did this entire attack and did not get wounded with this knife.
Well, to wear gloves, things like that. We don't know when those fingerprints got there either.
Maybe he was wearing gloves. That's right. Maybe he was wearing gloves, and the touch DNA was on the button way before.
Right. Excellent police work.
I'm worried. Steve, if you're his defense attorney, are you feeling pretty good about what you're seeing here? Are you getting your defense together?
I think you're feeling pretty darn bad.
Are you feeling bad or good?
Well,
do you want let me ask you this. Do you want this case? There's gonna be cameras. You're gonna get your name everywhere. Do you want this case, Steve?
I don't want any case. I'm telling you, I don't want But I would say that the key to right now, based on the evidence we have, which is not everything, I guarantee you there's holdbacks here. But based on what we have, the key evidence that the defense needs to overcome is how his touch DNA got on the button to the sheath in the murder room. That is the evidence. And in fact, I would say this is the more dangerous case for a defense because there's enough mystery and juries like to solve the crime. And this one is prime for solving the crime. And the defense, ultimately, if I was the state, I would paint the entire circumstantial evidence based on what we see here, and then put all my eggs onto the DNA, touch DNA on the sheath basket, and then say, and this, he wasn't careful enough. He made a mistake. Even as smart as he is, here's the mistake. And boy, so as a defense team, assume I can explain everything. He likes that community. He shops there all the time. He's got friends and all blah, 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 blah. How do I explain that DNA? And without an adequate explanation to that DNA, I mean, I think he's going to go down. So that's the challenge for the defense team and for him. Now he may have, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out, like, if I was a lying defense attorney, which I'm not, what if I was him? What if I was how would I explain it if I was him? I'm a defense attorney, right? He's in my room and I'm interviewing him, and it's attorney-client privilege. I'm like, okay, I'm your attorney. Nothing we say can be used against you. It's all off the record, and I'm your attorney. I'm trying to help you. How do you, Mr. Client, explain the touch DNA on the sheath? You need to explain to me how that happened. And so what's his answer?
Yeah, I don't know. All right, there's a couple of Rumble rants here. KM Will 275 says, is Bryan Kohberger and Brent Lee Kopacka connected? Brent is the U.S. Army vet that was killed on the 22nd by WSU police. Could he have used Brent's knife? Didn't that happen after the murders, though? That was the SWAT shooting, right? I'm not sure. I don't know that story very well, but isn't that the one they were talking about on the stops? I think that happened after the murders, but I could be wrong.
Steve and Megan, you guys mentioned something else about some other crime, knife killing that happened not far away.
In Portland, yeah.
Okay, so when was that?
That was about a year and a year and a half ago.
It was in 2021.
Okay. Obviously that remains unsolved.
Yes. And also, I don't think he was in the area, though. I think he just came to the area in June or July of 2022.
Although the details on the particular with the one that the husband was murdered and the wife survived, it was the 13th around the same time, and also was a masked man. But you would be masked in this sort of attack, so that's not necessarily.
But there were a lot of similarities. It's true.
I have a question for Jeff. But go with your Rumble rants first.
I just have one more. Dork Girl 21 says he could have used the no-cut gloves that are commonly used in restaurants for protection from cutting yourself when chopping veggies and meat. Would explain why he wouldn't have wounds on his hands. Yeah, it's possible.
Megan, I posted in the private chat a picture of the K-bar that I lost. Somehow,
supposedly,
I mailed it to somebody in Idaho just recently.
So, Jeff, if you're in the defense team, do you supply a replica knife and ask them to try and sheath the knife? And if the sheath doesn't fit,
you must quit.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, with the evidence against this guy, and he's into criminology, be expecting a book called something like "If I Had Done It" at some point in the future. You know,
there's the button. There's a significant to see that.
It's got the blood groove in it. It's got the leather handle with the grooves in it. Yeah.
The guard and the button is what you want to see. If you go back up to the top
one. The top one there shows the button.
Yeah, that's the button. You have to. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm fascinated that you could leave DNA on that just by touching it. That's incredible.
It's amazing. DNA is
enough to test. Yeah, I mean that's pretty amazing. There's enough to test on that.
Did you guys go back and check the affidavit as to whether he actually came back the morning after the crime was committed?
Seems like he did. It seems like he came back around 9 a.m.
Let's go back there.
So if that's true, this strikes me as being someone who is just an extreme psychopath, which would mean he doesn't necessarily have to have any connection to these victims. He's just, it could be that he is just a complete sicko, which also makes me think, is it possible that he would leave the sheath there on purpose, like a dare? Like,
no, I don't think so. I think that was a mistake. I would think that would be a mistake, but I would also say to you that because he didn't leave the knife, but I would also say to you that you are right on the money in that this falls into the pattern. I expect that he was planning this. He wanted to make it horrific. A serial killer type move. And the fact that he came back, he's wanting the publicity. He's wanting to show off his handiwork.
Yes.
And he's interested. Why hasn't this been found yet? He wants to enjoy the scene of brutality that he's created. Yeah. And the fact I don't know if you saw this, Jeff, or heard this, but he cased this location like 12 different times with his cell phone. And then he came back without the cell phone. So that's
so suspicious.
But I think that this falls into the serial killer meme because there was nothing in the affidavit showing connections between him and the victims, right?
Correct. Yeah. So, but again, we don't know what they're keeping back. They may have kept things back on purpose.
Steve has said that he can see the connection between him and one of the girls, but Steve has said a lot of things.
Here it is. Further review indicated that the phone utilized cellular resources on November 13th, 2022 that are consistent with the phone leaving the area of the Kohberger residence at approximately 9 a.m. So this is after the murders, and traveling to Moscow, Idaho. Specifically, the phone utilized cellular resources that would provide coverage to the King Road residence between 9:12 a.m. and 9:21 a.m. The phone next utilized cellular resources that are consistent with the phone traveling back to the area of the Kohberger residence and arriving to the area at approximately 9:32 a.m. You know what they didn't mention here that I'm surprised about is that they didn't mention if they looked for camera footage during that time of the car. Maybe they have it, but they just didn't put it in this affidavit. But let's see. Wait. Based on my training, it says
to see if there's police cars running around or something.
I believe that Kohberger, the user of the phone, was likely the driver of the white Elantra that is observed departing Pullman, Washington, and that this vehicle is likely suspect vehicle 1.
But those are conclusory statements by the cop to establish probable cause in the affidavit. We really need to. What we need to do is strip that out and look at the facts as established in the affidavit. So what do we have here? We have cell phone coverage pings. We have the DNA on the sheath, which is the killer one. We have the eyewitness account of the killer that consistent with Mr. Defendant. And we have the car. We have video of the car in the area, which matches the defendant. So that is, it's not a match. It's consistent with, unless we have license plates. But this is, so we have a lot of circumstantial evidence, and also legal vices. That was a good catch. We have the absence of cell phone evidence during the window in time at which the murders have occurred. So that is also, I think, inculpatory. So, yes, right.
Also, by the way, there's breaking news. It appears that Kevin McCarthy has lost again. In his bid to be the next Speaker of the House, we still don't have a Speaker, and Congress is currently not hurting your pocketbook at the moment because they can't decide who's going to be the Speaker of the House. This is a wonderful development for America. I hope they can continue to stretch this out for the next several years. Thank you, Raceland 9000, for the Rumble rant. Raceland says, Speaker vote update. Looks like McCarthy lost a 7th time, and Matt Gaetz nominated Trump. Hilarious. We're going to have to pull video of that, so I will go and look for that soon. Thanks for the super
we
chat.
don't need no stinking speaker.
Thanks for the super chat, Jonah 1804. The gas station on the cross street is 40 cents cheaper than on the Washington side. If he bought gas there regularly, he has an alibi.
See, they're thinking like a true defense attorney. Also there's this is going to be I think this is an uphill battle right now, just on what we see. I would expect, here's some additional stuff that you're going to see. After he's arrested, there's going to be search warrants, not only on his apartment, but also on his apartment back in Pennsylvania. Specifically,
it's already been done. Yeah.
They're going to look for blood from him, or if you find victim's blood back in his apartment, that's a killer. You're going to look for his shoe type, because you have a shoe print evidence. So you're going to look for vans that fit that shoe print. And so that'll be evidence that, again, and this is a big mistake. Tool mark evidence cannot establish, oh, look, he's wearing Vans.
We have some breaking information from the hearing that is happening right now. Brian Enton is inside. He says no bail for Kohberger. His attorney asked, but judge denied. Victims' families in front row crying when names were read. Next status hearing will be in 1 week. So I guess the hearing is over. We are awaiting footage from it because we're supposedly going to get that. So,
Steve, you know what else I think there should be some evidence of? How does a guy get out of a crime scene that violent, killing 4 people, and there's no blood of the victims in his car?
Right. No,
there has to be.
There probably is. There probably
is that.
In fact, I was going to say that's the most likely place they'll be there.
But
anyway,
he took it for like
after in the car.
He took it in for maintenance or something a couple of weeks after that, didn't he?
Yeah, but cleaning doesn't get away all the trace DNA evidences. It's very difficult to scrub unless they have certain chemicals.
But
what he did was 5 days afterwards, he got his license plate changed. The license plate got changed to a Washington plate instead of Pennsylvania. Thanks for the super chat, Lisa. Appreciate that.
Lisa, good job. Hey, yes, blood in the car for sure. And they have black lights in it. But see, he is trained in criminology and forensics. So he may go to the extra mile to try to clean, but it's very hard to clean crime scene with this amount of blood. People were asking, how could he be so silly to leave the sheath? And Stephanie, I think, even said maybe he did it as a signal. But see, I don't think so. See, people are not the violence, the trauma, the excitement. Whatever the emotion level is through the roof on this. When you're in this type of scene and you're murdering 4 people and chopping them up and stuff.
And you almost get caught by the roommate.
Right. I mean, the thing is, I've got to, you're thinking you're going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
And
training and studying a situation like that, like any situation, is no substitute for the real thing. And when you actually do it for the first time, you always make a mistake.
What room was the sheath found in?
In the girls' room where the girls were found. It was found next to
the 3rd floor, I believe.
So it'd be the 3rd floor.
Next to
people are assuming that's the first target because he would take initiative, but not necessarily.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm thinking. I was saying that would sort of to me indicate the order it was done in. You do it, you go stab, and then you go downstairs, and then you start thinking, holy crap, where's my sheath? People are going to wake up. I need to get out of here, and then you just spend the rest of your time.
Because apparently he saw the surviving roommate Dylan. She saw him as he was leaving the residence.
We don't know if he saw her.
That's true. It's true, but you'd imagine that he would have. I mean, he's coming up a dark staircase. I guess possibly not. Possibly he just missed it.
Wouldn't you guys think he would have tried to kill? Wouldn't he have tried to kill the man first?
Usually they do.
He might not have even known he was there.
Yeah,
I mean, he didn't live there. He was just visiting, so it's possible that it was a surprise. All right, listen, I have to interrupt for a minute because the chat's going to get mad at me if we don't do this, because we've been sitting here for 2.5 hours and we have not, the squat squad hasn't done our squats, so we're going to do that. We're going to take 1 minute and 22 seconds to do squats. Those of you on the stream with me, you are welcome to join in. Otherwise, you have 1 minute and 22 seconds to do whatever it is that you need to do
Try to find my K-bar.
Well, I make the chat while the chat and I firm up our buns. Ready? Here we go.
You impose fatness on you. You did it by going, oh, I want the butter on the popcorn. Oh, I want the butter on the ice cream. Oh, I want the butter on the sandwich. Oh, I want the butter on the salad. Stop eating butter. Can you just get up, walk 1 mile?
Do squats!
Walk farther. And if you can't walk, crawl, roll, get dragged by a goddamn forklift. Whatever is wrong with you, just move. Ever. Get off the chair, get off the couch. No one is coming to service you while you sink into that furniture, while you become one with the pleather your poor ass got on that Walmart couch. Can you try not floating into sadness? Stop eating, stop drinking, start walking, start doing anything that you haven't been doing, you fat piece of shit.
Oh.
That's the first time I've seen that.
I don't know if Steve might be doing push-ups. You can do push-ups too.
Do you think his K-bar's in that army bag that's down there?
I don't know. Stephanie, apparently the squad
what
scared
bag?
Stephanie
What bag?
away.
You can't see any back. It's too camouflaged. Yeah. Also, I didn't know Steve had a gaming chair in the background. Why is he using his regular chair?
I have no idea. No, I didn't.
Because regular chairs are more comfortable than gaming chairs.
I did not say two sheaths. I did not. I only said one. Okay. So, the chat wants to. Oh, here she is. She's back. What happened, Stephanie? Did the squats scare you away?
No, I totally did my squats. I did
good.
my squats.
I like the bad dad.
Oh, no.
Do squats!
Do squats. I know. I love him.
Find your phone and resend me the link. I think that's why the camera's not working.
I can't find my phone. I can't find it.
That's like a 4-alarm fire disaster.
I know. You know what? You guys take over the stream. I'm going to go downstairs and see if I left it in the kitchen. Because if one of my kids is calling from school or the school is calling,
right?
I'm in trouble. I need to go find my phone.
That's a panicky mom. Like the 5 seconds you don't have your phone and you're sure the school is going to call about something.
I know. It could happen. Scooter McDuder says, which room was the blood coming from that was leaking outside the house? I don't think that was blood.
That was
not blood.
I thought it was something.
It's a great photo though. It's a great photo.
Yeah.
You can't imagine the amount of blood it would take to do that. Because it would have to go through concrete. It would have to go through drywall. It would have to go through floors. It would have to go through a lot of places.
All right,
coming from the pipe.
There is a request in the chat to go back over the roommate's statement. So, hey, Josh, can you go back over the roommate's statement while I go look for my phone?
All right, we'll go. Sure.
All right, thanks.
Yep, go ahead.
Josh's task.
Let me see. I can't control the screen though, so you'll just have to listen to me. Let me see. Roommate statement. I have to find it first.
Well, if you want to share it on your end, I'll put it up and then you can control it.
No, it's okay. I'll just
okay.
read it.
All right.
Okay. Let me see. Okay, so at approximately 4:17 a.m. Oh no, wait, this is referring to the car. Okay, but at 4:17 a.m., a dog can be heard barking numerous times, starting at 4:17. Security camera is less than 50 feet from the wall of Zana's bedroom. DM, which is Dylan, stated that she opened her door for the 3rd time after hearing the crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. DM described the figure as a 5'10" or taller male, not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. The male walked past DM as she stood frozen in a shock phase. The male then walked towards the back, sliding. I'm not 5'10". Come on now. I'm well over 6 feet. The male
It's
then
dark.
walked towards the. Well, that's true.
I like how that's the part of the description you argue about.
The male walked towards the back sliding glass door. DM locked herself in her room after seeing the male. DM did not state that she recognized the male. This leads investigators to believe that the murderer left the scene. Now that's a little bit strange because like Dylan lives on the first floor. So I was wondering when she says like opened her door and saw this person walk towards it, she would have had to walk up the staircase, unless she was staying in one of the spare rooms or they'd moved to. But I don't think that's the case. I haven't seen that written anyway, but it's not impossible that the spare room that was empty. Let's see. That's really all she says. But I mean, apart from hearing that, she heard a few things. So she said that DM said that she looked out of her bedroom but did not see anything when she heard the comment about some noise being made in the house. DM stated that she opened her door a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Zana's room. DM then said she heard a male voice saying something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." Let me see. DM also said that she had heard what she thought was Kaylee saying something to the effect of, "There's someone here," which is very strange because Kaylee is on the third floor in theory.
That's creepy. That's creepy there.
It's possible she's in the kitchen at this time because the DoorDash guy came around this time. So it's possible he went down to the DoorDash.
Wait, sorry. Is Kaylee one of the victims or one of the roommates who survived?
One of the victims. One of the victims.
One of the victims. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there's someone here that could mean the DoorDash guy.
Yeah, it could be. And wait, the DoorDash would be coming from the first floor, I imagine, because Kaylee would have had to have gone down to the first floor. But I don't think the DoorDash guy is going to go around to the back sliding door. So he would have gone to the door that's in the front where Kaylee would be her room. I mean, sorry, Dylan's room would have been looking out over. Let me see. A review of the phone records obtained.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
No, I was going to say this makes sense why they didn't release the 911 call, because I doubt it was in the call at 11 a.m. saying, "Oh, yeah, there's somebody that's not waking up" or something like that. I'm sure it was a lot more detailed than that, but I guess we'll find out someday.
Yeah. It's possible that these are all different. They were all just like fake information.
I want to know this too. What's with the DoorDash? Can we get to the bottom of the DoorDash order? Did it come?
Yeah,
was
that's
it
also super
it's
weird.
Right there at the same time that the murderer was.
Yeah. Who's the DoorDash delivery guy? Have they talked to this person? Who answered the door? How did someone who was awake at 4 a.m. to get the DoorDash order? Well, whose DoorDash order was it? One of the dead
Xana's.
people?
It was supposedly Xana's.
Who
Tacos
died?
with a side of murder.
Because
Who's
the two girls came
DoorDash
back
guy?
with Cabanera from the Grubhub truck, so I'd imagine it would be for Ethan and Zana. Yeah.
But did she get it? Like how?
Who
How
answered
come there
the
was
door?
there was no information on the DoorDash? So let me get this straight. At 4 a.m., she gets a delivery
It was
for
Canoodle.
DoorDash.
Canoodle's Zana, isn't it? Zana Canoodle.
Yes.
Yeah,
So she
it's
gets
Zana's
her
DoorDash.
DoorDash at 4 a.m. and she's in her room using TikTok while they're eating and then the murder happens right then. Like it literally
It happens
right
like
then.
20, 30 minutes or something after that. Yeah.
No, he was done by 4:20. It's between 4 and 4:20, right?
That's what I thought. Like, yeah, I thought there was like a 5-minute window or something.
So,
Because-
That's a short window.
Forgive me again because I don't have the names of the victims. Is this person who's supposedly eating the DoorDash food one of the victims or one of the survivors?
Yes, it's one of the victims
Victim.
from it's a female victim that lived on floor 2.
Okay,
with
so
the
that
boyfriend,
means
with
she
Ethan.
was awake
boyfriend.
when she was attacked by this guy.
Not necessarily.
What? She was eating.
How could
her-
she not be?
how-
She
of
was
course
using
she's awake.
TikTok. She was using TikTok at 4 already. What did they say? It's in there. It's in the arrest affidavit.
And
It's-
eating
but
her
the-
DoorDash delivery.
This is not necessarily 100% accurate.
You don't think?
Well, I mean, the DoorDash doesn't really go towards the probable cause for the arrest. It's just sort of it puts down a timeline. So I'm sure we'll hear about it later. But as far as giving grounds for this guy's arrest, I don't really think the details of who they ate, who ordered, and who picked it up.
I think it's just
Really matter.
bizarre. It's just so
It's definitely
bizarre.
strange. It's definitely strange, but I'm just saying
Steve
that
is
this may not
befuddled.
be 100% accurate. They may when this isn't the evidence they're going to present to court, right? This is just the arrest.
Right.
The
That's
arrest
right.
of probable cause.
Joseph, thanks for the super chat. Says anytime you go to commit a crime, there's 100 ways you can foul up. If you're a genius, you might think of 50 of them. And counselor, you ain't no fouling genius.
Also, smart people make a lot of dumb mistakes because they're smart.
Because they're
Favorite
smart?
movie, Megan?
Body
a lot
Heat?
of people.
No.
A lot.
From the Hip.
What?
Remember that movie with what's his name? With the professor who was a complete
yes,
psycho and hammered his girlfriends in the head, and he thought he was smarter than everyone, and he
did.
thought he was going to get away with it, but he didn't get away with it because his own defense attorney tricked him into confessing.
Which he got disbarred for, I think. Drama in front party in the back says on one detail, what was the weather that night? If it was cold, it was cold and it was snowing. Could mean the possible alibi for wearing a face mask and assuming it was the dasher. If warmer, that's suspicious. It was cold and it was snowing.
It's mid-November in northern Idaho. It's cold.
Maybe he was afraid that the girls didn't have.
Wait,
their cloak.
Law and Crime is showing the courtroom. Hold on, Law and Crime. They say they're doing the courtroom now. So let me.
All right, let's take a look at
Let me get over there.
I keep trying to go to bed, but this is interesting. So
it's only 3 a.m. Come on.
Yeah. Well,
Josh, you got the best voice.
Thank you.
He's gonna.
Apparently, I say "or" very strangely.
No, everyone loves it.
I don't.
Or do they?
All right, here we go. Here it is.
At least we know what Steve's going to be doing all afternoon.
I am not
seeing. I can't find my. I know exactly what I'm looking for, and I don't know where it is. It's my my gun cleaning box. Is
it in the camouflage bag that we can't see behind you?
Yeah, no, it's not. It's not in there.
You have to go back on the stream. It looks like.
I know. I'm going there. I found it. Let's see. Let's get over there. I'm sorry. I'm so slow with the sharing. This is.
It's only about 10 minutes.
All right. Here we go. Let me make it bigger now and go back to where it is.
Embiggen it.
So, embiggen.
Noblest spirit embiggens even the smallest man.
Red Flintstone.
Was more certainly.
All right, here we go.
Please be seated.
Yes, I'm showing it right now. Thank you for the super chat.
We're on the record in the 2nd Judicial District, Latah County. This is the Magistrate's Division of District Court. This is State of Idaho versus Bryan C. Kohberger, cause number CR 29222805. Mr. Kohberger is present in court. He is in custody. He is appearing with his attorney, Ms. Taylor, Mr. Thompson, Ms. Jennings, on behalf of the state. This is the time set in the matter for initial appearance. Mr. Kohberger, I am going to advise you of the rights that you have in this case. I am going to go over the criminal complaint with you, and then we're going to discuss setting the matter for further hearing. You have the following rights. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to the presumption of innocence. That means the state bears the burden to prove that you are guilty of this offense beyond a reasonable doubt. You have the right to a preliminary hearing. A preliminary hearing is a probable cause hearing. At that hearing, the state must establish that more likely than not, these felony offenses were committed and you were the one that committed the felony offenses. You have a right to have that hearing within 14 days if you remain in custody. If you are bound over at that preliminary hearing to district court, if the court finds probable cause, you would be bound over to district court. And at that time, you can enter a plea of not guilty, and you can have a jury trial set within 6 months of your appearance in district court. At both your preliminary hearing and your jury trial, you have the right to confront and question any evidence or witnesses called against you. Call witnesses on your own behalf and compel witnesses to be present and testify at the state's expense. You have the right to be represented by a lawyer. If you cannot afford one, one could be appointed to represent you based upon your financial need. You also have the right to appeal any conviction in your case. Do you understand these rights?
Yes.
I am now going to go over the criminal complaint with you.
The whole
He seems
thing.
very calm.
Count 1 of the criminal complaint charges you with the felony offense of burglary. It alleges that the defendant, Bryan C. Kohberger, on or about November 13th of 2022 in Latah County, State of Idaho, did unlawfully enter a residence located at 1122 King Road, Moscow, with the intent to commit the felony crime of murder in violation of Idaho Code 18-1401 and 1403. The maximum penalty for that offense, if you plead guilty or are found guilty, is not less than 1 year in prison, no more than 10 years in prison, and or a $50,000 fine or both. Do you understand?
Yes.
Count 2 alleges that you committed the felony offense of murder in the first degree. It alleges that the defendant, Bryan C. Kohberger, on or about November 13th, 2022, in Latah County, state of Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice aforethought, kill and murder Madison Mogen, a human being, by stabbing Madison Mogen, from which she died, in violation of Idaho Code 18-4001, 4002, 4003, and 4004. The maximum penalty for this offense, if you were to plead guilty or be found guilty, is death or imprisonment for life.
Ooh.
Do you understand?
Yes.
Count 3 alleges that you committed
Idaho
the
likes the
felony
death
offense of
penalty.
murder in the first degree.
No.
It alleges that the defendant, Bryan C. Kohberger, on or about November 13th of 2022 in Latah County, state of Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice aforethought, kill and murder Kaylee Gonsalves, a human being, by stabbing Kaylee Gonsalves, from which she died, in violation of Idaho Code 18-4001, 4002, 4003, 4004. Again, the maximum penalty for that offense, if you plead guilty or are found guilty, is death and or imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
Like the subtitles.
Alleges that you
Punishment is
committed the felony
death.
offense of murder in the first degree. It alleges that the defendant, Bryan C. Kohberger, on or about November 13th of 2022 in Latah County, Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice aforethought, kill and murder Xana Kernodle, a human being, by stabbing Xana Kernodle, from which she died, in violation of Idaho Code 18-4001, 4002, 4003, and 4004. Again, the maximum penalty for that offense, if you plead guilty or are found guilty, is up to death and or imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
Count 5 alleges that you committed the felony offense of murder in the first degree. It alleges that the defendant, Bryan C. Kohberger, on or about November 13th of 2022 in Latah County, state of Idaho, did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice aforethought, kill and murder Ethan Chapin, a human being, by stabbing Ethan Chapin, from which he died, in violation of Idaho Codes 18-4001, 4002, 4003, and 4004. And again, the maximum penalty for this offense, if you plead guilty or are found guilty, is up to death and imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
And Mr. Kohberger, would you like to represent yourself, hire a lawyer, or see if you qualify for court-appointed counsel?
I have court-appointed counsel.
Court has reviewed your application for attorney at public expense. I do find that you are indigent and do qualify for court-appointed counsel. I will appoint Ms. Taylor to represent you in this case. Ms. Taylor, have you had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Kohberger about speedy preliminary hearing and setting this matter?
Your Honor, I have. We would ask the court to set the status hearing in a week or two to make a final determination.
Okay. And Mr. Thompson, Ms. Jennings, are you in agreement with that?
That's fine with the state, Your Honor.
Of course, that prosecutor's going to find him guilty. He knows when you've been naughty, and he knows when you've been nice.
Exactly. He knows where you
He knows everything.
And set this matter for a status hearing then on the calendar on January 12th at 10 o'clock a.m.
Two a.m. That's 2 a.m. Great for us. I mean,
Ms. Taylor, do you
Oh, well, I
wish
guess you got to do it there.
argue bail at this time?
Your Honor, I would like to ask the court consider setting a bond. Mr. Kohberger right now is on a no bond hold, but it's a limited request as I don't have enough information. We are new to the case. We haven't reviewed very much in the way of information about the case, and we have just done our own work on the case. But we would want the court to know that Mr. Kohberger has a good family that stands by him.
And Mr. Thompson.
The state's position is that Mr. Kohberger is not entitled to bond in this case. The charges, as is noted on the arrest warrant itself.
I like Santa here. He's not grandstanding.
Code 19-816, 19-2903 both specify that given potential penalties in this case, there's no direct bail. Defendant was arrested 3,000 miles away across the country, whereas Affidavit can ask that he remain in custody. No bail.
At this point in time, pursuant to Idaho Criminal 46B and Idaho Code 19-816 and 2903, I am going to leave the bail set of this case as no bail at this point in time until I have additional and further information at a later date and time. So with that, then Mr. Kohberger, you will be remanded in custody and remain in custody on the no bail pending further proceedings in this matter. Is there anything further in the case then for today, Mr. Thompson?
Yes, Sharon. The state is asking for no contact orders for various family members of deceased and also for surviving roommates. I'm supposed to brief you with Ms. Taylor. She indicated there's no objection.
And Ms. Taylor, is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
So I will go ahead and issue those no contact orders. So I do have a no contact order then for the named individual of Dylan Mortensen, Bethany Funk, as well as the family members and Mr. Chapin, the family members of Ms. Kernodle, excuse me, yes, Mr. and Ms. Laramie, Mr. Mogan, Ms. Cheeley, and then a number of members of the Gonsalves family. Those specific names will certainly be provided to you, Mr. Kohberger, by way of being provided notice of these documents. You'll get a copy of these no contact orders. What you do need to be advised of and what will be in this no contact order is you are prohibited from having any contact with them whatsoever. You cannot contact them through a third person in writing or by any electronic means. You cannot Facebook, Snapchat, Twitter, Instagram, use the phone to communicate with them or otherwise any form of communication in direct or indirectly with them. You cannot engage in any conduct that would harass, stalk, threaten, use, attempt to use, or threaten to use any physical force or violence upon them or place them in reasonable fear of bodily injury. You cannot go within or knowingly remain within 300 feet of their person or their home, workplace, or any other.
He's not going 300 feet. He's not going anywhere.
To these orders. And if you do violate these orders, it is a new misdemeanor offense. It is punishable by up to a year in jail and or a $1,000 fine or both. At this point in time, due to being in the magistrate's division here, at this juncture, I am going to issue the no contact orders for a period of 2 years. And then if it needs to be modified or changed by additional judge, it can be done so at that time. Is there anything further, Mr. Thompson? Anything further, Ms. Taylor? No, Your Honor. All right, thank you. We are adjourned.
Well, Mr. Terrible says another girl judge. Did they recruit directly from the covens?
I thought that was so funny.
Well, fun fact, the majority of law school graduates are women.
Really?
Oh, yeah. 60% right now.
Yeah.
Mr. Terrible says, why no bail? Innocent until proven guilty is a lie. Listen, on certain heinous crimes, there's always a reason to withhold bail. Certainly. Right, Steve?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that's yeah. There's no bail for this type of charge, and there is a probable cause question. So, the question is the judge will review the affidavit for probable cause. But in this, we've just reviewed the affidavit, and based on the affidavit, I do believe there is probable cause. So, therefore, there's sufficient to detain. Then the question is, what is entitled to bail? We are entitled to bail as a matter of constitutional right. However, charges that are basically punishable by death, murder, are not bailable, and there's constitutional law on that. So that's the probable
Unless you're
cause.
in New York City, then you know, you can
They
have
give you a medal or something. Yeah,
There's always the exception. You know, as an attorney, there's always an exception.
Oh God!
Well,
Let me get to this. I got a couple of super chats to get through. Donna Ayers, thanks for the super chat. Appreciate that. Legendary Racing says, Vices doesn't know a sheep from a goat meme. Don't trust his opinion on anything.
Don't worry, you can trust me. I'm from Australia and New Zealand. I can tell you a goat.
Don't misidentify my
and I can
pets
rate
and
them on a
animals.
1 to 10 scale of attractiveness.
That's disgusting. All right,
My
let's
sheep
see.
identifies as a
I
goat.
kid.
So shut up.
Drama
Yeah,
in
you
front,
kid.
party in the back.
I got Steve got that. Yeah.
With
I
a
got it.
nose, with a nose like that, Nick has a default Halloween costume for next year. Just needs a curly wig and a jumpsuit. It's not a bad idea. X-Comer says, since this is on camera, does it mean the whole case will be streamed? This is a good question. And based on the, I'm going to say I think it will be, but I don't think that it's just based on this particular hearing, but based on the media order we saw earlier today, I think so.
They probably just didn't have it set up for today, realistically.
That's a
Like I
long
said,
way
it's
down the
Boomer
road.
County.
It is a long way down the road, and it's going to be up to the judge, by the way. But I think we will have Stephanie dropped out again. I don't know what happened.
What can we expect from next week's hearing?
That's a good question.
Nothing. Now it's just a punt. Here, I got a couple observations and questions though. Number one, I think we found out that Santa the prosecutor is not a publicity hound. This would have been an opportunity for him to grandstand in front of the families and the media and show what a tough guy he is, and say he could have used this to say, you know, this guy is, you know, murdered. He could have like been really, you know, gregarious and verbose and talk about what a hero he is for prosecuting the guy. But he was very by the book, very by the law, speaking to the court. He knew it was going to be granted. He didn't go overboard. So thumbs up to prosecutor number one. Just first off, just give him an attaboy, because that's the way it should be. It should be founded on law. And doesn't look like he's playing to the cameras or grandstanding. Number one. Number two, I sent you a link in the chat, private chat, Megan, about Idaho death penalty.
Yep.
Here is my question. Looks to me like the Idaho death penalty is very rarely imposed and very rarely carried out. And I sent you some Idaho statistics.
Yeah, I'm going to put that up there so we can see it. Let me share this. All right, let me zoom in.
There it is. That's it right there.
Let me embiggen.
So the top graph here, this is the Idaho number of death sentences imposed from 77 to 22. And if you look
at 1983 was a bad year, man.
Yeah, 83.
Look at this.
But going forward, I mean, really since 2000, there's been very, very few death sentences actually imposed. Now, below that, you have executions. You only have one execution in 2012 and one in 2011. But I'm more interested.
Where are the executions? What, did I miss it?
Nope, just go back up. The chart up right there. Idaho execution totals since 76.
I see. Okay,
the last one was in 2012.
Yeah. I'm not as interested in the execution totals. I'm more interested in the graph of death sentences imposed, because like California has the most people on death row, but they don't execute anybody.
They don't actually kill anybody.
So the question is how many death sentences are actually number of death sentences imposed is very low for basically the last 2 decades. Now, so what does that mean? Here's my question. How good is this defense team as far as defending death penalty cases? All right, in Florida, we have great public defenders who are very well trained on death penalty cases. If you don't have a specialized defense team to do this, it's a very weighty thing. And I will say that there will be, they really need to reach out to other jurisdictions that have much more death penalty experience if they don't have a public defender who's really on top of the death penalty. I would suspect, based on this, that either they're really good and they don't get a lot of death penalties, or they don't have a lot of experience, which I would probably guess they don't have a lot of experience. So they need to really get their ducks in a row and make sure they're on top of the current state of the art on death penalty defense. So that's my initial observations.
There's some breaking news on another mass murder that's just happened yesterday in Utah, by the way.
Yeah, in Enoch. Yeah, I was going to mention that earlier.
This is terrible.
Family of 8.
A family of, including children.
5 kids, yeah.
This is 8 found fatally shot in Utah home, including 5 children. It happened yesterday. 8 people.
They found them yesterday. It was a result of a wellness
true.
check. So it happened
Could have been a couple days
while
ago.
before, yeah.
From gunshot wounds in southern Utah home on Wednesday, according to authorities who did not provide more details or a potential motive for the killings. Doesn't look like there's any info on that, but that has happened. Yikes.
It's about 150, miles northeast of Nevada. So not of Las Vegas. So not too far into Utah. It's kind of along I-70.
Good God. Doesn't anybody live a life of joy and happiness anymore? I mean, are we just determined to
I do.
destroy one another?
Enoch is kind of a hole, though. So
yeah, actually, that's down near. I'm looking at it now. It's almost near Zion National Park.
Yes, between St. George and Zion's. Yeah.
Well, the fact is that one of the reasons you're seeing this stuff and you're dwelling in the negativity is because we have an international press that you find out about these things wherever they occur in the world.
It's true.
So when you look at the overall murder statistics in the country, they're actually quite low. And if you take out major jurisdictions such as Chicago, Detroit, and certain inner cities, the murder rate in the United States is one of the lowest in the world. When you add those in, we get we're moderate, not so just kind of giving you a sense of it's interesting. It's easy to lose your perspective when we cover this type of stuff, but murder is actually pretty rare. And mass murder, very
well. That's good. Thanks for the super chat. Derna 1804 says, "I will settle the sheep goat controversy once and for all. Tailbone going up, it's a goat. Tailbone going down, it's a sheep. Tailbone going both up and down, it's Miley Cyrus." That's hilarious.
Solid.
Barry, thanks for the super chat. Says Idaho violent crime rate is extremely low. Probably little experience with death penalty cases. I don't know. I don't know anything about Idaho.
Anyway, I'm probably going to take this moment to bow out. It is 3:30 a.m.
Thanks for hanging out. I know you're probably.
Thank you for inviting me. I was only planning to stay an hour, but really became interesting, didn't it?
I'm going to stay a few more minutes so I can say I lasted longer than Mame did.
It sure did. It was great to meet you finally in person for the first time too. So thanks for being here. I sure appreciate it.
Any time that happens at a good time for me.
Wonderful.
All right. Cheers all. Thanks, chat.
Take care.
Have a good night, everyone. And stay safe out there.
Yeah. Don't get murdered.
Yeah. Stabby people.
I'm feeling a little shell-shocked, to tell you the truth. I'm still reeling over the knowledge now that one of the roommates literally witnessed the murderer leaving the home in a mask, and police are not called until 11:30 the next day.
Well, here's another little bit that's not in the affidavit that could be. There could be a certain amount of inebriation from that witness.
Yeah, sure.
That's what I was thinking. They all go back and they pass out in their beds, and then they wake up at 11 and realize that everybody's dead.
I don't know, though. I don't know. I'd have to be awfully drunk or high to not get freaked out by a guy in a mask after hearing crying and someone saying someone's in the house. There's just a lot of things going on here that
they said someone's here, which was right about the time the DoorDash guy came. So could have been that, somebody's here.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, you got DoorDash coming at 4, and then also this. Yeah, I don't know.
Is he the DoorDash guy?
I will be very interested to hear the testimony of the 200-watt studio. Thanks for the super chat. Says another murder today. McCarthy lost his 7th vote. I thought it was another one. Have they done the 8th one yet?
I loved your article, by the way, as I always love your articles, but your article on the who needs a speaker.
I hope we never have another one ever again.
That was great. Well, and here's my blowback, because I want to have a speaker and I want Republicans to be healthy. On the other hand, there is a certain, is this the right guy? And the fact is this whole, his initial pronouncement about let's all just get along and focus on the world and peace and happiness and love, when in fact, that's probably not the right blowback. We need to have some investigations. We need to have an active.
Yeah, you think?
Yes. So the fact is that, okay, so here's my problem with McCarthy. I don't know McCarthy. I don't know if he's great or terrible or whatever, but it's like, is it about your ego? Because it's like, if it's just about power and ego, then maybe you ought to back out. Maybe there's something
Steve,
here.
He's already moved into the speaker's office. He's rubbing himself on the leather furniture. He's like, yeah, this feels good. You know, like I don't like that at all. Listen, the Gonsalves family has made a statement. We're going to watch this.
Of course they have.
And so
is this is good. This is who?
Steve Gonsalves. This is obviously filmed with a potato.
The talkie dad. Yeah.
Filmed with a potato. Here we go.
My name's Shannon Gray. I'm the attorney for the Gonsalves.
Cannot hear this at all.
We're not going to be taking any questions at all. It's obviously an emotional time for the family, seeing the defendant for the first time.
This guy likes the press way too much.
This is the beginning of the criminal justice system.
This is their attorney.
And the family will be here for the long haul. And that's the statement for the media today. Thank you.
Oh, there it is.
That was okay.
How are you feeling?
No, he said no
the
questions.
The statement is we're not making a statement.
Well, this is an awfully long video for this to be the only one. What's happening now? We're just going to watch the press.
Yeah.
Look at it.
Gotta watch the microphones.
For real? No one edited this?
That's it.
Press scrum.
Ooh, we get to hear the hot mic stuff.
All right, it's a pretty short statement. Sorry,
that's it.
Oh, just watch your court. Sorry.
They're all disappointed. They didn't get a ranting father.
Yeah. I'm surprised, not disappointed.
Yeah.
Court hearing soon, and we'll post it.
Oh, take your skinny jeans out of town.
That was the court rules. So we'll have the video. It was pretty quick. I tweeted kind of the main details. No bond. Kohberger.
Right, well, this is just Brian Enton talking about what he saw in court, which we just saw, so we don't need to hear that.
And guys should never wear stretch jeans, especially beige ones.
Alyssa, my eardrums hated it too. I turned it off. Okay, it's for the good of everyone's eardrums. Nobody needs to hear the banging microphones outside with the press. Yeah, I'm glad that he has turned to an attorney to do his speaking, and I hope that he continues to do that with the press as well. I think he should. I think all the families, it's best if they just try to keep it quiet from now on. I don't know.
Well, there is a prosecution side gag order in place. Like, the court, prosecution,
witnesses, obviously.
Just not allowed to talk about anything until after the verdict is over.
Yeah, but what's going to happen? The judge is going to put the family members of the victim in jail for contempt. No, that's not going to happen. And they're not before the court, really. They're not going to be a witness, so they're not covered.
Yeah, they weren't mentioned in the gag order. It was really
Yeah.
just the attorneys for the prosecution and the attorneys for the defendant, plus the police officers. So technically, the families could, but I think that it's probably a good idea for them not to. Yeah. Somebody wants to know, Jeff, who's your furry friend on the couch? Is that one of the dogs? Oh, yeah, it's one of the dogs.
That's Strawberry over there.
Taking a nap.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I don't think we're going to have any more breaking news on this today, or if we do, I mean, I'll cover it, but I need to go and write my article for PGA Media to recap all of this so I can also profit on some of the clicks that, all the other news organizations are getting right now. And I can't stream and write at the same time, unless you guys want me to take you to work with me today and you want me to write while I'm sitting here.
Put me in your bag. I just got another. I just got told that I'm gonna have another death penalty case, which bothers me. I'm not thrilled, but anyways, so that's my
Sorry
life.
about that, Steve.
Yeah, but hey, yes, I'm. Your PJ Media stuff is freaking great, and one of the things that's great is you're a real reporter who does like real hard work and actually puts it. And you're fast and you beat everybody to the punch. That's why they hate you, because it's like they want to frame the narrative by getting their stupid narrative out there first and before everybody else. But you're out there giving the real stuff before everybody else. And it's like you can be relied on. So they hate that because they can't frame the narrative as like, incel, LGBT hater, white guy. Instead, you're out there with just the facts and you've got reliable information. You aren't just spouting BS. And so thank you for being a reliable reporter.
I try.
Yes.
And Steve, you're my biggest fan. I swear. It's always a pleasure to have you here. And thanks for coming on at such a late notice. I appreciate it. And the chat seems to think they want to see me work. So I might do that, but I'll let my guests go so that they don't have to sit here through it.
Yeah, I don't want to watch you work.
No, nobody needs that. CrimeLaw.net. Make sure you go visit Steve over there and pick up his book when you get a chance, because it's a good book. And it has lots of tales of injustice in it, called Ideas and Answers in Law by Stephen Gosney. So check that out.
And solutions. It's not just, it's answers. It's ideas and answers. Yeah. So I try to always put in there how we need to be and where some solutions might lie, rather than just being a critic and getting upset, about injustice, but saying like, well, here's why it happened and here's what we can do.
Yep, I appreciate you, Steve. Thanks so much for being here. And Legal Vices, you too, Jeff. I'll see you on Friday, I guess, for the. What are we doing on Friday?
You guys, Steve, do you have time to join at any time tomorrow?
I might. I have it written down. I was going to take off tomorrow, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see.
I'll email you the link. Yeah.
We'll see.
I'm just grifting for mega super chats. Y'all can have your coffee and tell witty stories while I get liquored up.
Yeah, because I'll be there in the morning. So you'll see me early, because Friday is my get your shit done and turn it in day, or you're fired. So that's what I will be doing tomorrow. But I'll see you guys later. Thanks so much for joining the stream.
All right.
Bye-bye. Thanks.
Take care.
Bye.
Thanks for having us.
All right, guys. I think what we're going to do now is, if you want me to, here, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to put up a poll. I've got a few things that I want to go over with you that are not, hold on. I have a couple of announcements to make. Don't forget to go to meganfox.locals.com if you like my content. And if you want more content, oh, by the way, the smash or pass on the judge, 62% of you passed on that. Only 38% said smash. I'm going to put up another poll right now. Do you want to stay and watch me work? Help me write my article? Hold on. All right. There you go. You guys can do the poll. And if you want to stick around, we can write this article together. And you can say that you helped me do it. But if you go to meganfox.locals.com, I just want to put in a plug for my community over there. It is so much fun. And it's so much fun over there. You can follow me for free. And you can, if you actually subscribe, it's $5 a month. But if you use promo code SQUATS, you get 2 months for free. And what we are doing over there is so much fun. We are doing cooking streams, cleaning streams. It's a lot more fun stuff. We're not doing, with a little bit of true crime sprinkled on top. We are actually doing, we're watching true crime documentaries together on Locals, and it's so much fun. I am having a blast doing that. And in fact, I have a special promo code. I totally did just say that. I have a special movie clip or show clip editor who's helping me out now, and made a really great clip of one of our movie nights. And I want to play it for you, because you guys, you're missing out. You're missing out if you have not seen it. So hold on, let me get over to YouTube, because I put this up today. And you know what's so funny is that on this stream, I had 2 or 3. I think I was on my 3rd Manhattan. I had been on Joe Neerman's stream right before, and I bailed to come and do a locals watch true crime together. And we were watching Don't Pick Up the Phone, which is absolutely crazy. It's one of the craziest true crime documentaries I think I've ever seen. And I was really lit, and it was so funny because my editor who grabbed this clip, I mean, I couldn't stop laughing. I mean, I was it's just hilarious. I don't usually have this much to drink before I do these streams, although maybe I should, because it was hilarious and it was worth it. I was laughing hysterically. So hold on. Let me pull that up so you guys can see it. This is what we do on Locals, meganfox.locals.com. When we're not doing cooking and cleaning, we're doing true crime, and it is so much fun. I'm going to play this for you. Here we go. Oh, and YouTube, if you are monitoring this for whatever copyright garbage, this, by the way, is fair use, okay? It's fair use of these clips. Do not come after me. I am transforming it with commentary. This is so nuts. You're going to love it so much. I mean, this story is crazy. I can't believe I never heard of it until this. It's been going on since the 90s.
It's like a whirlwind going on. And I'm thinking, oh, what in the hell have they got me into? In a McDonald's office with a naked woman?
Stop. Your manager. Oh my God. You guys, I want to believe I've never been this naive. Like, I want to believe that. Maybe it's not true, but like your manager tells you you're working in a fast food place.
I'm thinking, what part of being the right thing to do did you think this was? I started realizing there was more victims out there. I felt like it was my duty to get this stopped.
Dude, I love these cops.
Tirelessly and endlessly to make this happen.
I love these small town cops.
It's been going on for 10 years across the United States.
Get them.
What blew my mind was I could not believe that we had marched forward in this case trying to solve it. And now we're up to 73 cases in 32 states. And the phone is still ringing every day.
Educate our girls more. Like, you have agency. You are a person with dignity and rights afforded to you by your creator, not by anyone else. The right to life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness. Like, you have a right not to incriminate yourself. The 5th Amendment. You should take it. You have rights as a woman, as a teenager, as any female, okay, or male, but in this particular instance, we're talking about women. Empower your daughters to say no. Don't miss another movie night with Meg. Sign up now on meganfox.locals.com. LOL. I was barely speaking. The slurring was so funny. Oh my gosh, you guys, it was so fun. And also there were cheese balls. I have to show you the memes. I have to show you the memes of the cheese. Okay, so usually I have popcorn. That night I asked my daughter to go make me popcorn, and she came back with cheese ball and crackers and olives, and I was so excited and happy, and the chat got such a kick out of it that there were memes made because I was so excited about the cheese ball. Apparently, give me a couple Manhattans, and there is nothing that I like better than a cheese ball. It was my mother's cheese ball, by the way, which if you're on my locals, we made that together. So you'll have access to the famous cheese ball recipe from my mom that made me get so excited that there were memes made about it. I mean, I have to find you the memes. They're on Locals, and Locals is so fun, by the way. Have you been? Actually, I'm going to just show you this because if you have not been on Locals, it's really cool. It's become my favorite like social media place to be. It's my favorite place to hang out with friends, and it's so awesome. It's basically like another social media. You can download the app on your phone. This is what my little community looks like. Obviously, there's a live chat going on right now for this stream, so that's for subscribers only. But you can follow me for free there, so that you get all the notifications. Like you would see this, you just wouldn't be able to join the chat. We had a cooking stream. We made Aunt Dorothy's baked chicken last night, which was fun, and I also made gin gimlets, which were delicious. And then we had movie nights. We have. I'm trying to find my memes. The memes are so funny. This was hilarious, by the way. I don't know who did this, but I love you very much. One of the idiots who comes onto my stream all the time and says things like, "You don't look like Megan Fox." It happens all the time. "You're not the Megan Fox I was looking for." They all think that this is a, an unusual joke, maybe. Of course it isn't. And look at how you guys responded. You're right. Medium smart Megan's thumbs are immaculate. I don't have to respond anymore. You guys are doing it for me. I'm so excited. I love it. I love you so much. All right. The memes are in here somewhere. I swear. Where did they go? I posted that. Ha 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 ha. Here they are. So I was on Joe's channel right before I did that stream. Bunch of dudes on Joe's channel. Drunk me. Locals chat. Popcorn. Cheese balls. That's so good. Daughter brings popcorn. Daughter brings cheese balls. She didn't bring popcorn. She brought cheese balls. And this one might be my favorite. The live stream's about to start. More cheese balls. Literally, that's how excited I was. I mean, seriously, Locals is so much fun. Thanks for the super chat, cheese ball do. Locals is free to follow, and like I have a lot of free content on there. I think I did a free cooking stream the other day. Some of them are subscriber only. I do post show live streams, and most of it is just like, housewife kind of stuff. And or house husband. The men are welcome too, although I do have a lot of women, which is fun. We have a lot of fun swapping recipes and stuff. Can Locals members rewatch the streams the day after? That depends on if I'm out of memory or not on StreamYard. And if I am, then no. And if I'm not, then yes. And they're up there for about a week, and then I have to take them down. Like right now I'm out of memory, so this is not being recorded except for on YouTube and Rumble. So if anyone wants to make clips of this, hint, hint, my clip editor, you'll have to do it without my StreamYard, but I have to go in there and clean it out because I have so much backed up to do to make clips because I need help and I can't afford to pay for it right now, which sucks. All right. Anyway, it is time for me to make sure that I did not miss any of your super chats. Let me check the poll. Are we hanging out? Oh my gosh, 77% of you want to watch me work. All right, fine. All right, let's see. And the men should go to where the ladies are, by the way. So if you're looking for ladies, you can find them on my Locals chat. They're everywhere. They're literally everywhere. And in fact, where's my single lady? Where's Pixie? Didn't you just post in here and you said that the auto shop was a bust because it was all women and one man? What did I tell you, men? Go to the auto parts store. There are literally, the women are outnumbering the men there, apparently. It's just happening. It's happening. Small Victory says, I always pull up to the bar and order Manhattans with a side of cheese balls. I got to tell you, it was a delicious combination. It really was. I have very little memory of that stream, but from the clips I've seen of it, it was fun. It was funny. I know the way that guy said naked. You get naked. So funny. All right. Yeah, I do appear to I just like to tell jokes and laugh a lot. I laugh a lot more when I'm feeling a little happy. I'm like my dad. My dad's a happy drunk, and he's really funny. When he gets drunk, he starts dancing with his thumbs. Oh my gosh. All right. So I got to write now. I'm going to take the chat to work day. Can we do I totally want to do a matchmaker stream. Yes, I'm working on something like this currently and I'm not going to charge people to do it. Like, don't go to one of those matchmaking services or hire a dating coach. Like, We'll just figure it out here, okay? All the cool people who hang out, here, and you guys are interested in love, let's start matching you up. I got to right now, I've got a single bachelor in Austin, Texas. He is very financially stable, like on his way to being a millionaire. He is a super normal looking guy, handsome guy. His only physical attribute that keeps him from getting dates is that he's 5'5". So where are my short ladies near Austin, Texas, who want a financially stable man who wants to be monogamous with a woman for the rest of his life and buy her a nice house and have kids with her? Drama in front, party in the back, get naked in AutoZone, instructions unclear. That wasn't what I was saying. But I mean, I seriously, I have a very, no, it's not him, chat. But I do have, if you're near Austin, Texas, if you're anywhere in the country and you're willing to move for love, because I guarantee you, once you meet the love of your life, you're going to move anyway. And for the amount of money that this bachelor that I know has spent on dating services and matchmakers, I don't think he'd have any problem flying somebody out to meet him for a date or two to get to know one another. So, I don't know his age, though. That I should find out. I think he's in his 30s, 40s. But totally cool guy. I've been talking to him since the birthday stream actually contacted me. And I really want to find somebody that wants to meet somebody and put your expectations, like throw them out the window about like having to have someone who's 6 feet tall. Like that's ridiculous. That's stupid. And that is not a requirement for love. And it's certainly not a requirement for happiness either. And so once I get that taken care of, we're going to figure it out. We're going to find somebody. Yeah. 5'5" and a millionaire sounds like Michael J. Fox, whose wife is like 5'10". Exactly. There's really nothing wrong with this guy. In fact, I asked him to send me his photos because after a while I'm listening to his story going, there has to be something terribly wrong with him. And I'm going to my response to him was, I am shocked by these photos. Like I was expecting something really bad. Like with the amount of bad luck he's had, I'm expecting like, he must have a giant growth on his head. There must be something wrong. No, he's just a normal guy. He grows a nice beard. He shaves his head. He looks like my husband a little bit. Like my husband, that's how he looks. Like bald head, big beard. Yeah, like guy looks like a dude. Looks like not overweight. Looks like he's got muscles. Like nice guy. I don't get it. I don't get why women are just like swiping no on him all the time. I just don't get it. Just because of his height? That's ridiculous. Look, let's see. Ladies in the chat, would you move for love? Here's Statuesque. I would move for love. You should move for love. How have you not hit like on this stream? Are you not entertained? Smash the like button, please. Yes. Please smash the like button. I always forget to do that too. And it's like, what, are my thumbs broken? Why haven't I hit the like button? I've been watching this thing for hours and I haven't done it. So hit that now. It helps the algorithm and I sure appreciate it. Okay, let's see. Dun, dun, da, da. Does he smell funny? I don't think so. I mean, I haven't smelled him, but he's a short king. That's all. Yes, he's a short king. What's wrong with being short? There's literally nothing. There's nothing wrong with being short. All right. You guys are killing me. I gotta check the locals chat. I got out of there and now because I was showing you guys locals, I logged out of the chat. All right, let me get back into the locals chat and then we're going to get to writing this article. So I have to go back to the affidavit. We're going to go back over that arrest warrant affidavit because I'm going to write about it for pjmedia.com. All right. Let me close out a bunch of these ridiculous windows that I have open because I do not need all of these windows open and they're just sucking up all my... Oh, Steve just sent me an email with thoughts for my article. Well, this is good. If you're going to commit a mass murder by knife, a K-bar marine knife is a good choice. One is very common, has been around since the 1940s and can still be bought today. So I would imagine he's saying it would be hard to trace because there's so many of them. 2 has a handguard and a large, strong blade. So as military knife is made for killing humans, it is made for killing humans, and it has a good grip, which prevents slippage. You know, I still believe, though, that I find it very hard to believe that with all that blood from 4 victims, that it doesn't get incredibly difficult to hold. I mean, oh, there's breaking news about Damar Hamlin, too. I got to cover that. Hold on. Let me see. My husband just sent me this link, and we want to know how he's doing. Bills announced Damar Hamlin, who is the Buffalo Bill who collapsed on the field after taking a hit and had a cardiac arrest, showing remarkable improvement, appears to be neurologically intact. That's good news. That might be the good news we needed all day. The Buffalo Bills have been through it since Monday when their teammate Damar Hamlin collapsed on the field, but they had incredible news to share on Thursday morning. Per the physicians caring for Damar Hamlin at the University of Cincinnati Medical Center, Damar has shown remarkable improvement over the past 24 hours. While still critically ill, he has demonstrated that he appears to be neurologically intact. His lungs continue to heal. He's making steady progress. We are grateful for the love and support we have received. That's great news. I couldn't be happier. Keep praying for Damar Hamlin's family. His charity raised over $5 million. For the toy drive for the children at the daycare center in Pennsylvania that he was raising money for, which is terrific news. Really, really terrific news. So if you want to join the Squat Squad, which is what I've been calling us over there on Locals, you need to get to meganfox.locals.com, where we have lots and lots of fun, trying to keep in somewhat good shape after a certain age. Okay, I have to lower my desk now. Desk is being lowered so I can write on my keyboard. I don't normally use this angle because I don't like the way it makes my chin look, but I have to be able to type in order to work. So let's get to it. All right. I got to open up my WordPress. So I can start writing. God, I could turn this into like 4 or 5 different articles. That's the question. Should I do several? I think I will. I'm going to do several. Breaking up arrest warrant. I'm just telling my PJ Media peeps what I'm writing because we have to claim stories. So I'm telling them what I'm doing. Breaking up arrest warrant into several stories. Shock report says roommate witnessed killer and heard sounds of distress. Jeez. So that'll be one. Shock report says roommate witnessed killer and heard sounds of distress. That's my first go at a headline. I'm very bad at headline writing. I always have my editor rewrite my headlines. This is just like off the top of my head what I want to write about. What's another thing that I want to write about? What else do I want to, what is another topic from the arrest affidavit that you want to read about? What do you think besides that one? DNA found on knife sheath. I already wrote the cheese ball recipe. It's in locals.com, meganfox.locals.com. Oh, the DoorDasher. Yeah, the DNA button is definitely a big deal. All right, let's make a list of the bullet points of the most important things. That's how I'm going to do this first. Let me pull up a Google Doc and I'll share that with you so we can get this going. Let's see. This is affidavit bullet points. All right, get that up on the screen, and then everyone will be talking about this sheath for sure. And I do always try to find other things to write about than everyone else is going to be writing about. All right, let's get this up on the screen and then I can start typing. Yeah, cell phone pinging. Okay, yeah, keep it coming. This is going to be helpful. So we have, let's go to bullet points here. DNA on sheath. Witness of killer leaving. Sounds of distress. What else do we have? Cell phone pings. Phone turned off during killings. Or somewhere else. Do you guys think he left it at his house or took it with him and turned it off? All right, let's see. What else do we have? Yep, the masked killer leaving. Or did I write that down? Yeah, witness. Oh, the stalking. Yeah, the stalking. That's a big one. Stalking through cell phone records. Of course, that kind of goes in with the cell phone pings. I'm going to say that goes in the that goes underneath the cell phones. I'm going to start working on the shock report right now. Shock report. Idaho, victim, roommate, victims. Now, see, I don't want to do apostrophes in the headline. I will. I'll get the affidavit up on the screen. Good idea. I will. Shock report. Let's just start writing. I'll deal with the headline later. On Thursday, arrest affidavit. Bryan Kohberger, who has been charged in the murders of 4 University Idaho students. Kaylee Gonsalves, I think I need to say their names. Salvis, Addison, Logan, Xana, Nodal, and Ethan Chapin was released to the public. What was it, 19 pages? How many pages? Yep, 19. The 19-page document was full of shocking details that police successfully kept from public for a month and a half, 2 months. How long has it been? It's January now. That happened on the 13th of November. So for more than 30 days. Just gonna say. I think I need to spell that out. 30 days. Among the most shocking was the eyewitness account of, was it Dylan? All right, let's look at it again. I think it was Dylan. So it was in the beginning too. All right, here we go. And I'll probably take screenshots and also add them to Twitter so I can use photos inside of it. OFC Smith upstairs in the 3rd floor residence. God. BF and DM were inside King Rose residence. DM and BF both made statements during interviews that indicated the occupants were at home by 2 a.m. and asleep, or at least in their rooms by approximately 4 a.m. That's with the exception of Kernodal, who received a DoorDash order at the residence at approximately 4 a.m. DM stated, so it was Dylan. What is Dylan's last name, you guys? Who has Dylan's last name? I'm waiting for Dylan's last name. I could just Google it. Mortensen. Mortensen. Okay. Among the most shocking, when the eyewitness account of Dylan Mortensen, one of the surviving roommates. According to police narrative, and this is going to be hard for me to do unless I need to get this on my other computer. Shoot. Let me hold on. So I'm going to have to type it, and I can't do it without it being on a different screen. Okay. Link. Whoops, what did I do? Okay, I'm going over here. Got to get my email. God, what a story, huh? This arrest affidavit had way more information than I was expecting. How about you? Were you expecting to get this much information? Because I know I wasn't. Definitely not expecting that. I was not expecting this roommate thing. This roommate thing is seriously insane. All right, I'm just getting the affidavit up on my other computer so I can look at it while I type over here. You know what's funny, you guys? I love being here with you guys because the chat is so great. You guys have such a great little community, and I love being here with you. Thanks for being here. Just saying, you guys help make it a lot of fun. Lisa, good suggestion. Make sure you mention there will be more revealed after the affidavit. That's correct. All right, so now let me get to the page that I was looking at so that I can transcribe. I could see 2 females in a single bedroom. Okay, we got that. Go down, 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 approximately. All right, here it is. Oh, this is so nuts. It's just so nuts. I don't think I can. Let me try copying and pasting. I don't think I'm going to be able to because PDFs you normally can't copy and paste. But I'm going to try it because that would make things a lot easier. Christ, I figure. Oh my gosh, this is so nuts. Yeah, the murders occurred between 4 a.m. and 4:25 p.m. I don't know if it's just me or I have a very hard time believing you could murder 4 people with a knife in 25 minutes and maybe less than 25 minutes, maybe even less. Oh, good. The copy paste is going to work. It's going to work. Yay. All right, here we go. All right, so now I'm going to paste this into my article and I'm going to say, According to the police narrative, Mortensen not only heard sounds of distress, but she also saw the killer leaving, but did not call police at the time. Oh my God, this is so nuts. I don't know what else to say. Is that should I be worried about saying that? But I mean, we don't know why. I'm not going to be worried about saying it. I mean, it is what happened. We don't know though if Dylan Mortensen was drinking. We have no idea. We don't know anything about where the roommates were. We only know that the other girls, their victims, were drinking. So I can't say that because I don't know. You really think it could only take 5 minutes to kill 4 people? No. I don't know. I've never killed anyone, so I don't know. All right. Mortensen not only reported that she heard sounds of distress. But she also saw the killer leaving, but did not call police at the time. Okay, now I'm going to quote the affidavit, which is going to say, DM stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom. That on the side? What's with the typos? On. Okay, so the copy paste didn't work exactly right. I'm going to have to read through this all and fix the typos. On the southeast side of the second floor, and we've got a spacing problem, DM stated she was awoken at approximately 4 a.m. by what she stated sounded like Gonsalves playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms, which were located on the 3rd floor. A short time later, DM said, what's with all the weird punctuation? Short time later, DM said she heard who she thought was Gonsalves say something to the effect of, "There's someone here." Oh, that is so scary. A review of records obtained from a forensic download off Kernodle's, did you spell that wrong? Kernodle's phone. Oh, there's a lot of spelling mistakes in this affidavit. Wow, a lot. Showed this could also have been, they kept spelling Kernodle's name as Commodal. Kernodle. This could also have been Kernodle, as her cellular phone indicated she was likely awake and using the TikTok app at approximately 4:12 a.m. Okay, I have to break this up. Okay, so after "there's someone here," I'm going to go back to my reporting. So I'm going to make this a quote. Then I'm going to go back to my reporting. And I'm going to say, said she heard who she thought was Gonsalves say something to the effect of, "There's someone here." As the affidavit continued, the shocking details emerged, including that Xana Kernodle may have been awake at the time of the murders, as she had ordered DoorDash that was delivered at 4 a.m. Cell phone records also show she may have been on TikTok. At 4:12 a.m., directly in the middle of the time of the attacks, according to police. Does that make sense? In the middle? I'll go over it a second time when we're done. All right, now I'm going back to quoting. A review of records obtained from a forensic download of Kernodle's phone showed this could have also been Kernodle, as her cell phone data indicated she was likely awake and using the TikTok app at approximately 4:12 a.m. They don't write a.m. properly. I have to fix it. Well, I guess I don't have to fix it because it's a quote. But I always run into that problem. Do you fix their grammar or don't you? I guess you don't. DM stated she... Oh, typo. She looked out of her bedroom but did not see anything when she heard the comment about someone being in the house. Why look out, though? DM stated... Oh, okay. All right, I'm going to make that a quote. All that stuff I just fixed. Then I'm going back out and I'm going to put in here... Sorry if I'm missing your chats, you guys. I'm on the other... I'm on another page, so I can't see you. Would you guys rather watch me type or do you want to look at the affidavit? Because you can watch me type too. A review of the records obtained from a forensic download of Kernodle's phone with someone being in the house. Mortensen reported that she checked outside her room but didn't see anything. I'm just breaking up this big, long, bunch of text because you don't want the reader to get fatigued by reading too much wall of text. I always tell people this when they email me too. Never email me a wall of text with no breaks, no paragraphs. I can't read it. I literally hit the garbage can and walk away. DM stated she opened her door a second time when she... See these typos? It's really weird. I think it was a copy-paste malfunction. When she heard what she thought was crying. Oh, then here. So here I'm going to add. Then came reports of sounds of distress. DM stated, let me get this indented. DM stated she opened her door a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Kernodle's room. DM then said she heard a male voice say something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." At approximately... Now, who would have been crying that she could have heard from the basement? Certainly not Kaylee and Maddie. It had to have been Xana. At approximately 4:17 a.m., more typos, a security camera located at 112 King Road, a residence immediately to the northwest of 112 King Road, picked up a distorted audio of what sounded like voices or a whimper. It's definitely a copy-paste malfunction, followed by a loud thud. A dog can also be heard barking numerous times, starting at 4:17 a.m. All right, I'm going to break this up. And I'm going to make this a quote, as it's not big enough to be a block quote. DM stated she opened the door a second time. It's okay, I'm going to help you. So I need to change these quotes to single quotes and then close quote. In the days after the murders, the public questioned if there was any evidence of from surrounding cameras that would have caught signs of the attacks. Others speculated on Kaylee Gonzalez's dog and whether or not the dog a boy or a girl. Do we know? I'll just say whether or not there was barking. There was barking. The affidavit answered those questions. And then we get back into the affidavit. Block quote, at approximately 4:17 a.m., a security camera, blah, 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 picked up a distorted audio of what sounded like voices or a whimper followed by a loud thud. A dog can also be heard barking numerous times starting at 4:17 a.m. The security camera is less than 50 feet from the wall of Kernodle's bedroom. Less than 50 feet. Wow. DM stated she opened okay, wait. So that's going to go down there. All right. Murphy. Murphy was a boy. All right, good. His name is Murphy. Let's put Murphy in there. Dog. Murphy. And whether or not he was barking. All right. What is the roommate's last name again? Mortensen. Mortensen was disturbed a third time. Still didn't call any cops. By crying. And on opening her door, she ran into the killer. Not ran into. That's not technically accurate, so I don't like that. She saw the killer. DM stated she opened her door for the third time after she heard the crying and what? This copy paste problem. And saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. How did he not see her? How could he be walking towards her when she's on the bottom floor? Like, please help me out here. She's in the basement. She said she popped her head out of the door and he's walking towards her. What door did he exit? What door? I thought he went out the second floor door. All right, let's go over this, see if we can figure it out. Walking towards her. DM described the figure as 5'10" or taller. I have to fix that spacing issue. Male, not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. I guess you could see him through the mask. The male walked past her as she stood in a frozen shock phase. The male walked towards the back sliding glass door. The back sliding glass on the first floor? What floor is? I thought the back sliding door was on the second floor in the kitchen. That's where I saw a sliding door that's like ground level because it looked like it would be the first floor because it's ground level, but there's actually a first floor underneath that's built into a hill. Does anybody know, was there a sliding door in the first floor? So you guys are saying second. So how could she be in the basement though, and he walked past her and exit the sliding door in the second floor? Oh, well, now that's interesting. Vera, Maybe she moved into the vacant room on the second floor, but didn't they report that? Oh, okay, wait. So are you saying that it's possible that Mortensen had the vacant bedroom that the other person moved out of on the second floor, and Beth, or whatever her name is, the B, whatever her name is was in the basement room? And so it was just bad reporting in the beginning that they were both in the basement. They weren't. So she was right next to Ethan and Xana? Wow. Wow. Thank you, Steve. Steve says, remember, it is a dynamic scene and things flow over time rather than snapshot images. I'm not sure I know what that means, Steve. Do you mean information flows over time? Like, yeah, the information is going to change because we don't know what it's like. We don't actually have all the details until we get them at some point. Okay. All right. So we're just going to accept this and move on. And we're just going to accept that she was on the second floor. So he walked towards her and past her and out the door. I've seen the inside of the house, and I'm trying to figure out where her bedroom was. There's a great video, and I don't think I have it anymore, but I saw someone did a virtual Sims replay of how they thought the killer entered the house, and they had rebuilt the house, and it was a really good replay. I'm gonna have to go back and look at that. I'm sure that person will probably do this with all this information. That would be great. I would like to see it. The male walked back towards the backsliding glass door. DM locked herself in her room after seeing the male. DM did not state that she recognized the male. This leads investigators to believe the murderer left the scene. Wait, did not state that she... yeah, that's what it says, right? I gotta check because of my copy-paste problems. Why would that lead them to believe he left the scene? Why would her not recognize him lead them to believe that he left? That doesn't make any sense, but that's what it says. Oh my gosh. All right, so now I don't need this. I am going to delete that. I'm going to... where's my tool? Where's my toolbar? Back here. Based on the statements, on Mortensen's statements. Police, time of murders between 4 a.m. and 4:20 a.m. on November 13th. There is no information about why Mortensen did not immediately call police, but as police were not on the scene until almost noon that day. 911 call that was heavily reported on in the media has not been released. This information is shocking, considering the initial reports were that neither roommate had seen anything. Maybe they did that. Maybe they put that out to the press. Maybe they put that out to the press that that the roommates were sleeping, didn't see anything, didn't know anything, didn't hear anything, because they were concerned that the killer may return to hurt them. Is that possible? Or knew who they were? Or didn't want to tip him off that he had been seen? I mean, that's probably more likely, isn't it? That maybe that's why that was reported that way in the media. Is that possible? I'm going to look at your comments here for a second, see if I've missed anything. Hey, superfluous. That's not a bad. It might be a COVID mask, because then eyes would be visible. But you also can see eyebrows through a ski mask because the holes are pretty big. But it doesn't say what kind of mask. That's true. Check locals. Okay, I'm going now. The sorority, what am I looking at? Enjoy. My locals chat is enjoying their leftover cheese balls, by the way, because we all made a cheese ball together. The sorority that Dylan and the girl in the body cam video of the noise complaint calls to 1122 King Street were part of would have parties with some of the fraternities where ski masks were the theme. A guy in the party house wearing a ski mask was something that had happened fairly recently, and it was someone from the Greek life, not a killer. Oh, so you're saying it's possible that seeing someone in a ski mask would not have made her all that frightened. Yes, Bright Keela. I would normally use the term sick after a typo that I'm quoting, unless it's in something like this, and I will just fix the typo, because if it's a police document, I usually only don't fix typos when someone I want to embarrass, like Taylor Lorenz or that reporter from the New York Times who didn't know how to spell judgment. But if it's a police document, and like these guys who are writing their reports and they're under all this stress and stuff, I usually just fix the typo and move on. Unless it's I mean, you can do that. You can do either one. You can do either one. Super chat, thanks. Lacey P says, first paragraph, page 4 of affidavit says DM was sleeping in bedroom on second floor. First paragraph, page 4. All right, going there now. I think you mean third paragraph. I don't see sleeping at 2 a.m. I'm on page 4. I don't see it. Anyway, it doesn't matter. She woke up. But thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. When you say more men are believing Dylan than women on social media, believing what? Believing that she's not implicated in this? And I don't believe she's implicated. I just think she has really bad judgment. Gray Hughes did the house model. Well, then he will probably, I will write that down. Gray Hughes. I can remind myself to go check Gray Hughes. I'll write it up here somewhere. Oh my gosh. All right, let's get back to what I was doing. I got to get this up soon. Already the news is, a bunch of news sources have beat me. But of course, I sometimes getting it out fast is not exactly the goal. I want it to be written well. All right, let's get back to it. This information is shocking considering the initial reports were that neither roommate had seen anything or heard anything related to killings. All right, I'm going to copy and paste this into the WordPress to see how many words I'm at. Shoot. Okay. $660 words. Okay, we're getting to the end of the public's ability to pay attention. So I am going to add some other stuff. Here, I'm going to switch over to the WordPress. I'm going to add, okay. The big question everyone was waiting to be answered. How police were led to the suspect, Bryan Kohberger. A knife, a K-bar. Is K-bar capitalized? Let's see. K-bar. It's all caps with a hyphen. All caps with a hyphen. A K-bar military style knife, sheath, with a Marine insignia was found next to the body of Madison Logan. Police pulled DNA off the button of the sheath. The affidavit does not specify if it was touch DNA or blood. I'll just say the evidence doesn't specify what type of DNA it was and what type of DNA was. Camera footage of the area showed a white Hyundai. I kind of want to split this one into another article. 500 words is like, yeah, I'm going to do that. Because I could write on this for another 500 words. School's over already? Oh my gosh. Children are home. Does he have a new one? Gray Hughes has a new video? Okay. Hold on. Is he live? Is this the live? I can't stream his live. I see that he's live right now, but I don't want to jump into his live stream. What are you suggesting I do? Is he doing it right now? Split it. News, everyone. So grab them with... Yeah, I'm going to split it. Those are not lives. He is live right now, though. Which video? Guys, listen. I need you to drop the link to the video you want me to watch in my Twitter DMs or my locals chat. If you're a locals subscriber, you can put it in the locals chat. Somebody in locals will usually save me. Checking Twitter DMs. Aha! Aha! Thank you. Someone did it. Okay. Someone sent me a layout of the house. This is going to help me. All right, let's see. I thought this was a video. Okay. There are 2 sliding glass doors on the home, one on the second floor that can be accessed from the ground level outside, and one on the 3rd floor that connects the deck. So it had to be the 2nd floor. So it had to be the 2nd floor. Bedroom. Okay, so here, which one of these is Xana's bedroom and one is the other roommates, you're saying. So if the slider is here, I'm going to guess this is Xana's room, I think. And this is the other one. So she pops her head out the door and he comes walking towards her and out the door. You think that's how it happened? I'm still looking, you guys. Send me the video you want me to see. I don't see anything in locals. Ah, here we go. What's this? Okay, so TMZ is reporting that Bryan Kohberger's sister starred in a horror movie where the victims are stabbed to death. Well, that's unfortunate and bizarre. Maybe we'll look at that later. At the moment, I'm looking for something specific. I'm looking at my message requests. Okay, I'm still not seeing it. All right, I got the stills and stuff. I gotcha on that. So one of the roommates, the roommate who saw him was on the 2nd floor. I think we can confirm that. All right, hold on. Let's go back to my article. All right, camera footage. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I need to copy and paste this somewhere else. Hate spelling Pennsylvania. I always screw it up. All right, now I'm going to copy, delete, paste it into a Google Doc so I don't lose it. Start of my next one. Go back here. Now I got to finish this up. PJ Media will have more details on the contents of the affidavit. And subsequent coverage. Oh my gosh. All right. Shock. What did I say the first time? Shock report. Says roommate witness killer and heard sounds of distress. That's what I'm going to go with. Report. Roommate saw killer and heard sounds of distress. Roommate of Idaho murder, quadruple murder victims. So killer and heard sounds of distress. Okay. And I'm going to link the affidavit. The full arrest affidavit can be read here. Let me claim my next story, which is going to be Idaho DNA evidence found on knife sheath next to body. Cell phone pings that led police to suspect in Idaho slayings. All right. Here. And I will put a link to my coverage, which I'm doing right now. It's still going. Maybe I'll just leave that out since this is still going and people will be confused. They'll be like, where is the trial? It's released to the public after, let's see, before his hearing in front of an Idaho judge. Kohberger was denied bail and was denied bail, period. That's all that happened there. All right, now I got to put my focus keywords in. Idaho. Quadruple. Murder. Will that work? Not great. Let's go with Idaho. I really hate keywords. Keywords are hard. Tags, murder, crime, news and politics. Yes, yes. Not VIP. We need a photo. What am I going to use? What am I going to use? Idaho. These are the ones we have that we have from the AP, and I kind of don't want to. Do I want to put his picture? I guess I will. But you know why I don't like using this picture? It suggests that he's the killer, and the guy is innocent unless proven guilty. I realize I think he's probably guilty, but this is the kind of thing that media does, and then you're like, well, you know, then his picture is like, but I don't have another one to use, so. It is what it is. I'm going to submit that, tell my editor that it's in, and we're going to move on to the next one. I don't have a picture of the house. I don't have a picture of the house. I don't have a picture of the victims either. You have to understand when you use photos, they have to be right. You have to own the rights to them, or you have to have it from the AP, and we have to buy the photos from the AP. And the ones that I have are the ones that we have access to. Yeah, I can't just screen grab a picture of the house. We can't do that. We can get copyrighted on that. So Okay. I have a link, but unfortunately I can't copy it or paste it. Sinbad, can you put that link in the locals for me, please? Oh, you got it. Okay, there it is. It's in the locals. Is this a new one or an old one? This was done on, it was 2 weeks ago. All right, so hold on. This is some of that 3D animation that I was talking about that I had seen. I don't know if this is the same one that I saw. I could put a picture of the University of Idaho. Maybe I'll go do that. I'll go do that. Let me start. Hold on. All posts. Oh, shoot. My editor's in it already. So let me go tell him. I'm just going to tell my editor. Okay. I can't go in. Once he's editing, I can't get in there. Well, I could, but I don't want to kick him out. That would be rude. All right. All right, let's play this. Jeez. Well, I don't want to. Okay, here we go. I don't.
Which is the location on the 3D model of the house at 1122 King Road, which is the location that 4 college students were brutally murdered back on November 13th, 2022, sometime between 3 and 4 a.m. Ethan Chapin, who was 20 years old, Zana Kernodle, who was also 20, Madison Mogan, 21, and Kaylee Gonsalves, also 21, were apparently sleeping in the house and were attacked, according to the coroner. Zena and Ethan are presumed to have gotten home at around 1:45 a.m., and Kaylee and Madison arrived home at approximately 1:56 after being at the corner club, then the grub truck, and they got a ride home, and they got home at 1:56 and apparently were still awake at around 2:52 after Kaylee and Madison made numerous calls to Kaylee's ex-boyfriend from 2:26 until 2:52. So we know that they were still awake. There were also 2 other roommates that are presumed to be home at around 1 o'clock, and all law enforcement says is that they got up in the late morning. Early on, we heard that they heard noises and locked their doors.
What was Steven's headline?
Heard and perhaps even saw a
He was
lot
right
more
about this.
than we're being told.
He was right about this. He was right
a few
about
days
them
ago,
seeing and
I
hearing
did
stuff.
a poll on which route inside the home people thought the most likely route was that the killer took inside the house, given 3 choices. The 3 choices were that the killer entered the sliding glass door, went to Zana and Ethan's room first, then up to Madison's room second, and then out the sliding glass door. The second one is that the killer went in. I don't know which order I had it in the video, but these are the 3 options. The killer goes through the sliding glass door, goes up to Madison's room first, kills Zana and Ethan second, then goes out the first floor front door because there's a witness out there that says that that front door was open at 8:30 a.m. on the 13th. Now, does that mean that the killer exited the front door? We don't know. We have no idea what that means, but it does open the possibility of that happening. The other option was that the killer entered the sliding glass door into the kitchen, went upstairs in Madison's room and killed Madison and Kaylee, then went downstairs to Zana and Ethan's room and killed both of them, and then exited back out that same sliding glass door in the kitchen. And that makes sense because that area of the house is more hidden from going out the front door. So if you went in through the back, upstairs, and then out, and then downstairs, and then out the back door, that makes the most sense. Okay, so here is the model. And I think I'm offering a perspective now that it makes it a lot easier for you to see what's going on here, right? I'm going to remove the third floor completely at this point, and the ceiling of the second floor kitchen area, so that you can see how the person may have came through the house and moved around. Okay,
I want to know that
so
too,
you'll be able to
Kitty
see it. There's
Boo Boo.
these little bounding boxes on the character, but you should still be able to watch it. All right, so here we go. Let me play it. So here comes the killer. I just have a generic character. He comes through the kitchen and then up the stairs. And then after going up the stairs, we can put the floor on up there. And now you notice now, once he made it up the stairs, I put the floor on the third floor, goes into Madison and Kaylee's room and kills both of them, then goes down the stairs. And now you'll be able to see him come down the stairs and then through to floor 2A, which goes over to Zana and Ethan's room. So this killer seemed to know exactly where they were going in this house. Goes back to floor 2B, which is a little drop down right there, and then exits through the kitchen, out the sliding glass door. Now I attached a light.
Is this the other bedroom here?
And a camera
So he
to
came
the head
towards
of
her
that
this
character
way?
there. And that's the video that you'll be seeing here.
Towards her
in a
and then
little
out
bit.
that way.
Something to notice also is that this bedroom of Zana and Ethan is absolutely directly above one of the surviving roommates, which is right here. This is the front door. Those are those steps that you just
And
saw.
she's
that
the
go
one who
up
didn't
to
hear
the
anything,
second
or at
floor.
least we don't know.
And
if
then
she
another
heard
roommate
anything.
lives in this room right here.
No, see, he's
Okay,
wrong
now to
about
get to
that.
you
One of
there's a-
them,
once you enter this door, you take a left.
one of
around
them's
that
on the
hallway
second
there,
floor.
and that leads you to another bedroom over there. This roommate here surely heard some noises directly above them. I mean, the
So
footprint of this room and the one below.
That's what we think is inaccurate. Is that the roommate was actually on the second floor. One of them was on the second floor, and would have heard him. I'm going to skip forward because he does like a walkthrough. Which is pretty creepy. I would like to see him do another one with the new information, including the car on the streets, like the route of the car. I imagine he has the ability to do that. And he could put the other roommate in where she's supposed to be, you know. Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to drop this link in the chat for you guys if you want to go and watch, and also subscribe to this channel, which is, what is this channel? Gray Hughes, because he should definitely get the Idaho. Let's see, he's Gray Hughes Investigates, and I dropped the link in the chat so you guys can see it and go see the entire thing. But I hope that, yeah, the music is scary. It freaks me out a little bit. He did do an update. I don't see it yet. But I got to get back to writing, so I'm going to do that, and then I'll go check that out later, and maybe we'll do that later. But I'm going to have to go soon. In fact, the kids got off the bus. I need to go check with them anyway. So, you guys, this has been a lot of fun. I would actually like to talk to Gray Hughes. If any of you know him, I would like to talk to him about. I'd like to have him on. It's interesting that he has that kind of ability to do that. It's kind of interesting, and I bet that's how they recreate crime scenes as well in other places. Sorry, I haven't been on Rumble in a while. How are you guys doing over there? Doing okay? How many people are still watching on Rumble? Where are we at? All right, still quite a few people. All right, I think we need a break. We need a break. You know what kind of a break we need right now, though? It's a different kind of break. Normally, I would be making you do squats right now. But we need this kind of break instead. That's right. We're gonna take a Catholic break because I could use maybe with all this darkness, we could use a little bit of light. So we're gonna go to the daily readings and the daily prayers. What's the daily prayer today? Well, who's the saint of the day? I'm on my app Laudate. The saint of the day. If you didn't know this about Catholics, we have saints for every single day of the year on our calendars, and I like to read it every once in a while and see who it is. Today is Saint John Nepomucene Newman. I'm not sure if I said that right. Son of this will remind us that there are good people in the world. Son of Philip, who was German and owned a stocking factory, and Agnes Newman, who was a Czech. John was a small and quiet boy with 4 sisters and a brother, and was named after Saint John Nepomucene. An excellent student, John early felt drawn to religious life. Seminarian at Vodovoz, Bohemia in 1813, he studied astronomy and botany in addition to theological topics. Studied theology at Charles Ferdinand University at Prague in 1833. When time came for John's ordination, his bishop was sick. The ordination was never rescheduled as Bohemia had an overabundance of priests. John decided to go to America to ask for ordination and to work with immigrants. He walked most of the way to France and then took a ship to America. John arrived unannounced in Manhattan in 1836. Bishop John Dubois was happy to see him, as there were 36 priests for the 200,000 Catholics in New York and New Jersey. John was ordained on the 28th of June, 1836, and sent to Buffalo. That's not far from me. Or the rural area. John chose the more difficult country area. So he was allowed the choice of Buffalo or the more rural area, which is like where I am. John chose the more difficult country area. He stayed in a small town with an unfinished church, and when it was completed, he moved to a town with a log church. There he built himself a small log cabin, rarely lit a fire, slept little, often lived on bread and water, and walked miles to visit farm after remote farm. John's parishioners were from many lands and tongues, but John knew 12 languages. Wow. And worked with them all. He joined the Redemptorists at Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania in 1840, taking his vows at Baltimore, Maryland. So he was a missionary for a while. He built 50 churches and began building a cathedral. He opened almost 100 schools, and the number of parochial school students in his diocese grew from 500 to 9,000. Wow. All right, let's see what the prayer is of the day. And hopefully, the prayer of the day will help the families in this unbelievably terrible case of the Idaho 4. So the prayer of the day is, Heavenly Father, through your Son, Jesus Christ, you have opened the way to heaven for each one of us as you personally revealed yourself to your beloved patriarchs and apostles. So reveal yourself to me that I may recognize your presence with me and know the power of your kingdom and work in my life. May I always find joy and peace in your presence and never lose sight of your everlasting kingdom. So, when there's so much darkness, I just sometimes think we need a little bit of light and good words and good thoughts. And also, by the way, I really do hope that we can go out into the world and love people instead of make this world about hate and murder and rage. I mean, where the heck are the people who love one another? And that brings me to something that I had actually linked for today, and I can't believe I ended up on this topic, so maybe it was meant to be said. But I'm trying to find a day for us to continue watching Harry and Meghan, because, we're doing that on meganfox.locals.com. We have 3 more episodes to go. But as I was looking, they were in the news, and I was going to talk about them today because there's some nonsense, but we'll do it a different day. As I was looking through what was trending on Twitter, I came across this video of Princess Diana, and it actually made me tear up. And it means something. I miss this woman. I really loved her. I thought she was really something special. And I think this video proves it. And I think this will be a great note to end today on, because this is more of what the world needs instead of what the world has, which is so much darkness and hatred and terribleness. So
do you think
listen up.
you will ever be queen?
No, I don't. No.
Why do you think that?
I'd like to be a queen of people's hearts, in people's hearts, but I don't see myself being queen of this country. I don't think many people would want me to be queen. Actually, when I say many people, I mean the establishment that I'm married into, because they've decided that I'm a non-starter.
Why do you think they've decided that?
Because I do things differently, because I don't go by a rule book, because I lead from the heart, not the head. And albeit that's got me into trouble in my work, I understand that. But someone's got to go out there and love people and show it.
Do you think you'll ever be queen?
I love that. I love that. Somebody's got to go out into the world and love people. Somebody has to do it. And let's be those kind of people. So the people that you run into today, whether you're at the bookstore or the auto parts shop, make sure that you're exhibiting some kind of love to your fellow man, because we need that a lot more than we need whatever hatefulness and darkness is out there. We have to be the kind of people who can overcome it, because I can't take it. I can't take it. It's too sad. And I feel very sad for the families today of the Idaho 4. I feel very sad for them. I'm sure that they feel somewhat relieved today with the information that they've now been given, that was withheld from them, but also so much pain in what was revealed is there. I can't even imagine as a parent losing a child to murder. I can't. It's hard to even contemplate. It's hard to contemplate that this could happen. So I know you guys are saying I have the wrong video, but don't worry. I'm going to get the right one, but I've got to get back to work. I've got to get like 2 more articles done. So stay tuned on pjmedia.com, where you will see my reporting from today, from what we've learned, all the things that we have learned. Thanks for sticking with me, even through Take Your Chat to Work portion of this stream. And I truly appreciate you guys. I love coming here and hanging out with you, but I need to go and make sure that my children have snacks and that they had a good day at school, and spread the love in my house as much as I possibly can, so that they go out into the world and spread that love around instead of hatred and anger and sadness. So I'm going to go spend a little time with them. All right, guys. I'll see you again. Make sure you find me on meganfox.locals.com, because we're having great fun over there. And I would love to see you there. Even if you can't sub, if you can just follow me over there, you'll get more notifications and you get to be a part of that community, which is so much fun. So get over there and just check me out, and we'll see you again. Wait, I forgot something. I'm going to be on with Legal Mindset at 7 p.m. Legal Mindset tonight. We're going to talk about this case, because obviously we're going to talk about the affidavit, and we're also going to talk about Casey Anthony, because he has been, Andrew's been covering that. And so I will be back live at 7 p.m. I will put that link on the locals, on my locals, and I'll probably Twitter at Megan Fox Writer on Twitter. And I'll see you again soon. This time, I mean it. I'm really leaving this.
I was so lost, my world is near its end. I almost felt my head is full of a million choices. I am alive, I'm not here to pretend. I love my friends, my heart is filled with a million voices. Oh, this road has many choices. Oh, and my heart, million voices. Come next to me, my friend, embrace the sky. I'm not afraid to fly. It's not the time to say goodbye. I don't wanna say goodbye. though my road is near its end. I almost felt my head is full of a million choices. I am alive, I'm not here to pretend. I love my friends, my heart is filled with a million voices. Oh, this road has many choices, and my heart, million voices. Come next to me, my friend, embrace the sky. I'm not afraid to fly. It's not the time to say goodbye. I don't wanna say goodbye. No, I don't wanna say. No, I don't wanna say goodbye. No, I don't wanna say goodbye.
So I take it that
Johnny's
you've seen
problem is he
Cameron
should have
Johnny's
come
bedroom
storming
before.
in there with
Yes.
a string of
Do you
garlic
recall whether
and
you
some
went
holy
into
water.
Mr. Judson's
cross,
first
a crucifix
bedroom?
on
May the
Do you
power of
recall,
Christ
or no, you
compel you.
No, I don't.
You realized his house was infested with
Just after
succubuses.
that,
And
there's a picture here with you of what it, yes. Do you recall whether it was there when you arrived in the afternoon? I don't remember seeing it now. So while she
No wonder he said drown her before you burn her.
oh my god.
You-
Your next witness?
Now I know
Witness
why you wanted to drown her.
Glacis, and that
Next
is
witness
also
lives in
by
Romania.
video.
Is that correct?
That begins with Miss Vasquez.